demal waay foo jëm ñun daal ñu ngi sa ginnaaw bu ragal dara waay ñun daal ñu ngi sa ginnaaw
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day 4 of the Regional Cybersecurity Week. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to quickly open up and ask, how many people here yesterday made it to the Emirates Palace? How many people made it to the gala dinner? All right, cool, excellent. How was it, by the way? Did you enjoy it? Yeah? Was it great? Cool. All right, guys. We're going to dive straight into things today. We've got an amazing agenda lined up. First up on today's sessions is a panel discussion of shaping the culture of innovation in cybersecurity. So let us bring up our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage the Director of Cybersecurity Development of Oman CERT. Put your hands together for Miss Iman Mahmoud Ahmed. Come on up, Miss Iman, please. All right, now please help me welcome the Chairman of Cybersecurity Malaysia, General Tan Zin. Come on up, please, sir. And next up, please put your hands together for the Professor of Information Science and Technology at George Mason University, USA, Dr. Sharif Hashim. Please come on up, sir. Also, please help me welcome the Executive Director of Africa CERT, Mr. Jean Robert. Please welcome to the stage. And next up, please put your hands together for the Deputy Chair of OIC CERT and Head of National CERT Indonesia, National Cyber and Crypto Agency. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Taufiq Arianto. Come on up, sir. Iman, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I hope that you had a wonderful night yesterday, and it's really a pleasure to have moderating the distinguished guests and speakers today in shaping the culture, innovation, and cybersecurity. The aim of this session is to showcase the importance of shaping the cybersecurity culture in order to have true cyber innovation that can proactive in addressing emerging threats and empowering and driving mindset to explore innovation approaches to cyber challenges through fostering adaptability, creativity, and collaboration. General Tanzari. Cybersecurity culture is a key to create an aware society as well as capacity building. Malaysia is sharing with Indonesia the handling of of the capacity building strategic pillar of OIC CERT. Business plan. What are your thoughts on the importance of security and innovation culture?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Member panelists, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by saying how delighted I am to be back to this beautiful city of Abu Dhabi. And I would like to record my appreciation to the organizer and to the host for having us here this morning. And I would like to congratulate the RCC and also the UAE Cybersecurity Council for hosting this successful regional Cyber Week 2023. And congratulations on the 5 world records. And if that is not collaboration, I wonder what it is in order for you to have 5 world records. But anyway, on the serious note of cybersecurity, confidence building, and also innovation, I would say that I am a very strong proponent of innovation, especially in the realm of cybersecurity, because in the future, cybersecurity or the cyberspace would be a great threat to us because I'm from the military background, and we believe that the cyberspace will be the fourth dimension of warfare. Currently, there are three dimensions of warfare: the land, sea, and the air. But the fourth dimension would be the cyberspace. So therefore, we need to be able to cater to ensure the defense of our cyberspace. And that can only be done through innovation. And in order to have a robust innovation capability, we need an innovation center, a cybersecurity innovation center. And when you are talking about innovation, you cannot run away from having R&D, research and development. And also, in order to innovate effectively, you have got to analyze the future threat. Therefore, the cybersecurity innovation will also act as a research and development center and also a threat analysis center. So therefore, in order, because having a innovation center, which is also an R&D center and also a threat analysis center, it is not cheap. It is not cheap, because to bring the great minds together, to make things work and so on, it is not cheap. There are many countries that our world cannot afford to have an innovation center if you are really serious about it and you want to be successful. So I am thinking that an innovation center should be established at a regional level. For example, in the OIC, you can have your own regional innovation center. And with that center, you are able to work with other regions if they have got your own innovation center. But we, in Indonesia, we are working together for the benefit of OIC as far as cybersecurity is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Of course, the research and development indeed is very crucial when it comes to the innovation. Dr. Sharif Hashim, being a professor at university in US and experts in cybersecurity, what role does cutting-edge research and development play in advancing cybersecurity in general and in innovation specifically, from your perspective?
Thank you very much for the question. Thank you for the question. It's a pleasure again to be here with you today. Let me first start by greeting you in my former capacity as the chair of the board of directors of FIRST. My colleagues on the board asked me to convey their greetings to everyone who's attending this regional symposium, since today is the first regional symposium for the Arab region, and of course we have guests from all over the world, not just from the Arab region, from the OIC, from Africa, from Europe. It's a pleasure to be here with you. First, the Forum of Incident Response and Security team has membership of over 680 teams, security incident responders and security professionals from over 106 countries. And also in our platforms, whether on the Slack or the Special Interest Group, we have a total of over 6,000 professionals from around the world. So I promised my colleagues at first to convey a message and actually an invitation for all of you to join the platforms of FIRST. You don't need to be even a FIRST member to join the special interest groups. There are about over 30 special interest groups in various disciplines, including academia, including research and so forth. I don't want to deviate from the topic of the panel, but I think it's appropriate just to send this strong message and invite you all to engage with FIRST.org and basically establish your presence in a forum which includes incident responders all across the globe. Now back to your important questions about innovation, especially when it comes to cutting-edge technology. We have seen over the last 20 years really a lot of emerging technologies have taken their place, whether they existed before and now with the new platforms they advanced, like artificial intelligence. You see cloud computing, you see Internet of Things. So many, emerging technologies are impacted by the convergence, like data analytics. Also, you have encryption, which is relevant to us. In short, innovation continues, whether it's technology that already exists and now it's reaching new frontiers, or new technology emerging altogether. To be able to track this, especially from a cybersecurity point of view, you need to have the know-how. It is more expensive, especially for developing countries, to rely on buying everything, buying expertise, buying the technology, buying solutions. To really have a grassroots development in our countries, in our regions, and really I value the suggestion of having an innovation center at the regional level. That would be a multiplier effect in our region. And it doesn't need to be a very sophisticated $1 billion facility. We can start by linking our institutions, research and academic institutions, even in the Egyptian CERT, which is again a CERT which is operational. We have research and development there in Egypt, and we publish scientific publications, including the use of artificial intelligence in cybersecurity, and among other topics. So even a CERT during the operation, they can engage in publishing work. At FIRST, since I started talking about FIRST, in our annual conference, we have discussions and sometimes white papers that end up being academic papers. So research is at the heart of our operation. It is not a nice to have thing, it is essential for our readiness when it comes to cybersecurity. From my academic hat, also there is another entry into this. The future generations who will engage in cybersecurity activities in various sectors, if they get exposure to training or research in cybersecurity, that adds value to them, adds a value of reality. I share with my students experiences from conferences like this, from academic conferences with publications, so that by the time they graduate, they already have engaged in projects. I had a student who published 2 papers before he graduated. So that's something that can be done with minimal resources. So again, it's a message of a partnership between private sector, academia, government, where innovation is at the center of it. Again, it's a very important component, integral component of our cyber readiness, and we need to do this because it will be more efficient to find homegrown solutions to our cybersecurity problems.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Sharif. Thank you very much for your information. Mr. Jane Robert, as an Executive Director of Africa CERT, what are the main challenges, priorities, and initiatives of cybersecurity in Africa region? It is on.
It's on by itself.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, please allow me to express my gratitude to ITU ARCC, OIC CERT, and Cybersecurity Council for the opportunity to be here with you today, and also all the organizer and the staff. In my culture, there is a say that if you want to go far, if you want to go quick, go alone, and if you want to go far, go together. So I come from an organization, Africa CERT, that is the result of a multi-stakeholder consultation at an internet governance multi, and that brings together stakeholders from various sectors, academic, policymakers, government, commercial entities, entities from the private sectors, etc. And we have been tasked and mandated to provide a forum for African security teams and incident response teams so that they can come together, share experience, resources, etc. To provide technical assistance, allowing the members and also non-members that work with one another to build an ecosystem of collaboration and partnership, what I like to call moving from isolated action to the establishment of a community of practice that learn to work together. Promoting information sharing, engagement with policymakers and civil societies, and also ensuring collaborative technology research, development, innovation in the cybersecurity, and also providing function of incident of last resort. To get back to your question, I would like to frame my response in 3 areas. What I call building and nurturing a community of practice. So one area is transformation leadership. The second area is attracting economic incentive, and the third area is operational resiliency. And we see a lot of opportunity as you talk about the challenges within the African ecosystem. We see a lot of opportunity to leverage existing innovation center, and we have even embarked in the journey of creating a couple of centers around ICS and SCADA, cybersecurity. So, a couple of things. The ability to not be isolated in our action and practice, but creating a collective knowledge supported by a database of experience, lesson learned, what works, what doesn't work, and being able to move from the policy debate to actionable items, engaging our business leaders and our policymakers in action and in policy that can be implemented, and building that Rolodex of knowledge. The second thing that I would like to talk about is operational resilience. So on that area, I would like to point, again, the support with those innovation centers that we have been engaging with from various stakeholders to drive from what we see often, emergency improvisation, to getting operational teams in a kind of state of readiness where they can effectively access to tools, to resources, to labs, to various capabilities that allow them to constantly practice day-to-day operational requirements so that they can be in such a state where when they are called into action to respond, they are able to provide concrete results. The other things that I would like to mention, and also that the support of Innovation Center comes with, is the ability through those centers to engage various communities, but also various stakeholders for different sectors. For example, the ability to attract the private sectors, the ability to attract the education communities, the ability to attract people from academia, but also the ability to engage through those centers with various donors and partners so that we mutualize resources and we avoid duplication of effort. And that leads to the third action that I would like to talk about, which is economy and society drivers. And again, through those centers, serving as an enabler that lead to solution and product not imported but built through learning, fails, errors, trials, and then appropriation of technology for more effective response and operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jain. That actually really inspired me of a question that I was preparing for you all that I will be asking at later. Mr. Tawfiq, Indonesia is a board member of OIC CERT and joining Malaysia in handling capacity building as part of OIC CERT business plan, and managed to run multiple training workshops for OIC CERT member. How did this contribute to OIC professional development and enhance the skill set and close gaps between market needs and supply?
Okay, thank you, Iman. First of all, I would say thank you to UAE Cybersecurity Council and OIC CERT to inviting me to this event and to make this event happen. Back to your question, Indonesia as deputy chair, we are together with Malaysia have responsible to capacity building in all OIC CERT member. What we do in Indonesia to enhance and to engage to the innovation through the all OIC members, we make some capacity building like training or seminar, and especially for innovation, I will say our experience in Indonesia. In Indonesia, we have some company that they own their cybersecurity product. So what they do to develop the product and the capacity of the company, they collaborate with the academia to get the idea what the solution of cybersecurity in Indonesia, especially in Indonesia. After they get the solution and idea, they develop their product. And after their product is ready, then they get the product as a pilot project to develop in government and other community. After they get feedback and develop and the new product that will be implemented, especially in government sector. But after the government sector already has the feedback for the product, they will release the product to the other company. After that, in innovation about the capability for the people, Indonesia has some program, especially in cybersecurity program, to have some literation to the people in Indonesia, especially in child and the other people. So our concern is not only for cybersecurity, but also we concern about the data protection, because we know, maybe you already know, there is so much ransomware attack in Indonesia and other attack in Indonesia. So we need to enhance our capacity and capability to tackle all the cybersecurity incident in Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tawfiq. From your remarks and all of the distinguished speakers that you've been highlighting the importance of bringing the academic, private, and government sector all together in terms for innovation. So I have the question, how can collaboration between public, private, academic sector and cybersecurity professional can be effectively promoting with the framework of cybersecurity innovation? If I would like to ask to address this question to Dr. Sharif.
Thanks for the question. That's a very intelligent question, actually. It's at the heart of the solution. There is an experience that I'd like to share with you that we followed in Egypt. We have an IT industry development agency, and within the mandate of that agency is to support industry development across different sectors, including cybersecurity. As a part of what we did is we had a grant program for research and development that encouraged partnership between academic and research institutions from one side and industry to develop new products. And we had funds allocated to this program to encourage preparing prototypes or final products based on this. Over the years, that resulted in actual products being applied in government services. So you bring in the customers. And the way to bring the customers is basically to have the partners and approach the customers, apply for tenders, and you provide the support. Because at the end of the day, the customer would like to have an effective solution, an effective product in the market. So in this case, we build the public-private partnership in pragmatic terms that are meaningful. Because you cannot allow someone to provide a poor solution and say this is local. It has to be competitive, it has to be cutting edge. All the proposals were evaluated at a very high level. That's where you have academic and research institutions provide this guidance, cutting edge technology solutions. When we, at a different level, started to plan for our national security strategy, it had research and development as a component of the strategy. Cybersecurity will not succeed anywhere without this innovation built in within the strategy as a part of the deployment of resources, as a part of the partnerships, and with a multi-stakeholder approach where everybody plays its the role, and also where government is focused on the public good, while the private sector and research institutions taking the lead when it comes to innovation.
Thank you, Dr. Sharif. That's really important note that before people like research and development, they were like a standalone in innovation. Private sector were working in a standalone, but now in a strategic, really, we need to bring all of them together to work toward the cybersecurity, to achieve the cybersecurity innovation. So I'll be having that also coming to the question about what strategies and best practice should be implemented to ensure cybersecurity startup and entrepreneur thrive within innovation ecosystem, and success stories of cybersecurity startups that we would love to hear from General Tanzania.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. The strategy is that in order to be able to innovate effectively, you cannot run away from collaboration. You have got to work together, bringing the experts together in different fields as far as cybersecurity is concerned, where the best mind will come together and they will be able to innovate for the defense of our cyberspace. So what is important when you are talking about partnership with the private sectors, with the government agencies and so on, one should not forget at national level, you should also collaborate with the military, because the military too have their cyber defense. And we should have incorporate in order to have a national strategy on cyber security or cyber defense, including the military strategy. So, like in Malaysia, we work very closely with the Military Cyber Defense Operation Center, or CDOC, meaning the Cyber Security Malaysia and CDOC. We work very closely with one of the department in the defense, in the Ministry of Defense. So therefore, that is important. I would like to add up to the cutting edge of R&D, because I look at the cutting edge R&D is a catalyst or a bedrock for the continuous improvement of our cyber security posture. You cannot do away without cutting edge R&D in order to have a strong cyber security defense. So therefore, our investment in cutting edge R&D cannot be, the importance of the cutting edge R&D cannot be overstated. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jane Robert, can you please elaborate on the same question? And maybe you can share success stories from Africa region and the entrepreneur of innovation in cybersecurity.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me start by saying that I don't have an absolute definition of strategy, but I can share a couple of experience, and from that experience move from what has enabled that to happen, and I like to call it collective intelligence. So there is a tool that was developed a few years ago and that is getting improved. We call it STOP, Security Tool Automation Platform. And how that tool comes together, it comes from the observation that many new teams had challenges in deploying tools. So within the AfricaCert network, we are promoting, and we have been promoting the usage of open source tool. So we have noticed that new teams were having difficulty to stand tools and to use the tools. And it comes from various reasons. One of them is that sometimes you have teams for 3-4 persons, and then there is no software developer in-house to build the tools and to maintain them. Some are around funding issue, etc. So few of us took into task to develop what we call STOP, which is an infrastructure as code system. So what STOP does is that it takes over the hardware environment, it manages for you, and then it provides a catalog of services that allow you to just put in few parameters like IP address, qualified domain name, etc., etc. And it can be deployed on premise and also in the cloud. And then, for example, when you select that you want to deploy a ticketing system, I will ask you to select a few of them that we have already pre-coded and automated. And we'll deploy the tools from scratch to putting that into an operation ready to be used. So what we have noticed that by building such a tool that is now in version 3, we've been able to, and by the way, that venture is becoming now, so there is a company that has been formed around that tool, because now we are even able to integrate commercial tools deployment around that. And what we've seen is the ability, by coming up with those kind of solutions, to attract some kind of investment that supports the development of whatever is coming up from a community engineering solution and working together. The second is the ability to organize skill buildings workshop around different technologies. The third that have been very useful for us is that when we came up with the project, a team that already have a labs available put the lab at the disposal of different members coming together to work around that automation platform and provide to those developers the infrastructure to build that tools. Something that I would like also to mention is the ability through that collective intelligence to impact regulatory and legal framework around community action, community activities. I would like also to highlight a few experiences that we have been experiencing from that specific tools that I mentioned, which is the ability that have been provided to us for marketing support and promotion of that tool across various entities that have been using that engine or that platform that we put together, and the opportunity now that it is bringing us from small African countries, or I would say developers from African countries, to work with some tools developer across the international community and to grow knowledge, know-how, and interaction with largest and biggest forum, which in return allows also skills development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jean. Talking about proactive innovation and technologies and considering dynamic changes in this domain, what do you see the future technologies of cybersecurity that would need to consider in developing the better prepare in the future? Since we have spoken about the innovation centers, research and development, engaging all the stakeholders together. So Mr. Tawfiq or any of the panelists would like to add on what are the trends or cybersecurity technologies that we need really to look into while we are doing our innovation frameworks in cybersecurity?
Yeah, thank you, man. In my opinion, the cybersecurity innovation and cybersecurity industry, what they need to improve in the future is they need to collect information from all the CIS sector in the cybersecurity, because when they are know what is the solution that need to all the CIS sector, they can make some idea or some solution about the cybersecurity that need or to CIS sector. What they can do after that is they can share resource among the researchers or the CIS sector. So when they share their resource, they can make the best solution that we need to all CIS sector in cybersecurity.
Thank you. Mr. Jain, you would like to add something or general?
I would think that in the future, we have got to innovate. Innovation should cater to ensure the defense of our cyberspace. We have got to find ways and means how we can defend our cyberspace effectively. For example, there is a great possibility that, by state actors or non-state actors who will target your critical network infrastructure, which will, let's say, your national grid. How do you protect it? So therefore, we have got to find the solutions, ways and means of how to protect this. It is not just to protect the economies, but also the other important aspects of national power. So I would believe that we need to look into the innovation in order to find the solutions in ensuring the defense of our cyberspace. And we have got to continue to innovate on this defense, because the enemy will find ways and means in order to overcome what we have come up with. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you very much. Any one of the distinguished speaker would like to add note on this?
Well, I'd like to add a point about inclusion. When it comes to research and development, we need to have an inclusive approach where we are trying to bring together, as I mentioned in the example that I shared, partners who don't meet naturally. Like, in research institutions, academic institutions, you have researchers with good technology, good knowledge of the technology. In industry, they need, this know-how. And to have an innovative model that would bring both of them so that they apply for a fund, we have to have the two partners in place. And to apply for a product, we need to have another partner, which is the target implementing agency, like a government agency or a company, a critical sector that is interested in that technology. So when you have the partnership as part of a prerequisite to get the funding, then you already are building this partnership forever. This was an innovative model that we applied in Egypt. We funded over 100 projects over a period of 7 years, which meant that you have projects and services impacting cybersecurity as well as many applications of IT in critical sectors. So people would get this, snowball effect where you are building momentum as you advance. We have an experience in Malaysia. We have experiences in other parts in Africa. There are centers of excellence in artificial intelligence in Africa and in other parts of our world. It's very important to capitalize on what we already have accomplished and move forward with innovative models that are relevant to our culture.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. J.
Yes, I would like to add very quick something that we all witnessed yesterday and that we don't emphasize enough. It is the ability to implement recognition and reward to drive expected behavior. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Well, I've heard a lot from the experts who are around here in the conferences that fund for the projects are never an issue. Always the gap is actually to find the right solution or the thoughts from the people who are having funds. Always you will find investor to fund, but it is always like we have to bring those the right thoughts and to really encourage the youth and everyone to have this innovative solutions in cybersecurity. I would like to add more spices in this panel discussion, and would like to really get benefit of this great audience. Perhaps maybe if anyone that would like to remark on any of the notes that we have discussed, or if you have any of questions maybe to the panelists, please, the floor is yours.
Do we have any questions? Just raise your hand if you do. No questions? Okay.
Though it is actually, when we were speaking about the innovation centers and that we have really to build innovation centers in cybersecurity, I can really relate that and confirm that whatever we are having since 8th of October of the Regional Cybersecurity Week, it really considered to be as an innovation platform in cybersecurity. And it is really to have, lovely to have all of you, all the stakeholders, the academic, private, and private sector, all in one room, and to have this great panelists all together. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the amazing panel, and thank you to our amazing moderator, Miss Iman. Thank you so much. Group photo. Can we get the photography, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to our next session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got some excellent news. We've got a 10-minute coffee break. So let's break for 10 minutes and we will reconvene shortly. When we come back, our next session would be titled Data Privacy and Regulations Challenge, Journey into Cloud Vulnerabilities. So we'll see you guys back in 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. We're about to continue with our program. Kindly be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and we continue with our agenda once again. This is day 4 of the Regional Cybersecurity Week. And next up, our session is titled Journey into Cloud Vulnerabilities. This session will be delivered by the Chief Security Officer at Huawei Middle East and Central Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage with a very warm round of applause, Dr. Aloysius Cheng. Come on up, sir.
Hello. Yes. Good morning. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, fellow colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be able to stand on this stage to share with you some of the messaging that most of the people in the cybersecurity industry tends to ignore, but alas, it's still the truth that there are a lot of threats and vulnerabilities coming from some of the latest technologies that we're adopting, and that includes the cloud. So in this presentation, I'm making use of the top threats to cloud computing research that has been done by the Cloud Security Alliance. And Huawei is a proud executive member of the Cloud Security Alliance since 2015. We are a founding member right from the start at 2009 when the CSA was founded by a few of us together, including myself. And since 2015, Huawei has been an executive member, and we have contributed many work to the research of cloud security globally. And some of the projects that we have contributed, including the development of certain cloud security framework, and some of the projects, including these top threats to cloud computing, are some of the things that my engineers from my HQ have joined in to contribute to some of the knowledge that I'm going to share in this particular presentation. So I'm going to leverage on this presentation to provide you an overview of what you may face when you go to the cloud, what are the top threats and the associated vulnerabilities. So first of all, background and context of top threats. So when CSA was founded back in 2009, besides the cloud control metrics and the critical focus of cloud computing guidance paper that we have published, the third paper that was most widely referenced globally is actually the top threats white paper that was first published also back in 2009, 2010 days. So at that time, there wasn't any research on what are the threats when you go to the cloud. So at that point in time, we published 11 top threats. So we call it top threats to cloud. And since then, every 3 to 4 years, we always update this white paper. And in this case, this particular white paper was just updated recently. It was published in 2022, and here I'm going to share with you some of the background and context of top threats. And one of the things that we all face in the past 3 years is the proliferation of a global pandemic that we call COVID-19. So when COVID-19 came, a lot of us has to work from home and to explore ways that we do teleworking. In fact, that gave rise to the trend that we are seeing today that we call hybrid working environment, where a lot of the younger generation, okay, of workers in the industry are actually more attuned to this kind of working arrangement model of working half your time at home and half the time is spent in the office. In fact, the ratio of how much you spend in the office and how much you spend at home tend to vary from company to company, but he is here to stay, and youngsters or the younger workers today find that as one of the perks and one of the things that they are looking for when they look for a new job. And as we declared that the pandemic was over at the start of the year, unofficially, most of the people, they change jobs. Okay, they started their job hopping. For the past 3 years, they stay on the job. Not because they are enjoying the job security, they are loyal to the company, but more of the fact that there's so much uncertainty. But when COVID-19 came, one of the things that happened is that we rely on technologies to do the work for us, right? All the manual paperwork, all the in-person application that you make in the respective government offices where you have to make the long queue, or you have to go to the bank, for example, you have to join the queue as well. All these become virtual, or all these are virtualized. And suddenly there's a mad rush to build systems and accelerate the development systems to support this form of working from home. To some extent that it actually creates a backlog of work that today some of the companies are still trying to fulfill this backlog. But then again, in order to develop new technologies that meet the need at that point in time, there were a lot of shortcuts that has been taken. The formal risk assessment, the formal threat analysis were not properly done because you want to have the system up the next day. A lot of us are using laptops that we use with dual purpose. It's a laptop that we do for work, and it's the laptop for home use, where you do your own bills, and then your children rely on their e-learning or even playing games. Such kind of environment is so dirty that it is not going to be alarming if any data is leaked, because you don't have the segregation of data, because all the data are commingling on the same devices. And some of them may even commingle, okay, on the same cloud, especially if you are using some kind of consumer cloud drive to store your personal information. So this kind of scenario gives rise to a complex environment that today a lot of companies are still trying to unravel how we're going to deal with that. As such, one of the work that Top Threats have taken out to do since last year was to really identify where do we come short and what are the new top threats to cloud computing. So again, before we start to look at the top threats, just to revisit a few core concepts of risk mitigation. Okay, reducing the likelihood of risk is what we meant by risk mitigation, and this is something that most projects today, if you undertake it in the corporate world, you have to start with a risk assessment and an impact analysis, right? So all these business impact analysis, risk assessment are conducted in order to properly allocate the right resources to protect whatever data that you have in the system. And mind you, we are in the new era where data is the new oil. In the past, when we protect oil, you have to make sure that the oil pipeline, like Colonial Pipeline, are not hacked. But Colonial Pipeline, as you know, historically, were how I say, put it the right word, they were compromised. And because of the compromisation, certain part of America, they couldn't be served oil through this Colonial Pipeline. So they were choked from their access of oil. Do we want to be choked to our access to our data online? So the new thought process that we all should adopt today is how do we protect this data at rest, in transit, and in compute. And one of the things that we use as in our arsenal of weapons that we could actually bring to bear is to do proper risk assessment and risk mitigation. Preventive, detective, and corrective controls to mitigate the risk. So CSA provides some documents and tools that can do that for you, like what I mentioned earlier, the cloud control matrix, the CSA security guidance for critical focus of cloud computing, and top threats in particularly, if you read it together with the other kind of threat modeling framework that you can find, for example, in OWASP, it will be a very, very useful guide for you to deal with security issues in detail and then act according to the recommendations that the other reference and tools will provide you some information how you can do that. So risk mitigation controls, there are technical controls, there are administrative controls, and there are also the physical controls. So when you look at the controls, if you do not know how to classify them, this will be a very good guideline how you're going to classify them. And I'm not going to into details how we're going to do that, but this already has been done. If you're referring to cloud, you can just refer to the cloud control matrix that CSA issue from time to time. So let's deep dive into controls. So what kind of controls they are? Preventive, detective, corrective. So in short is that when we talk about cybersecurity, we always talk about defense in depth. So you have to build layered security, right? So layered security is also the fundamental for you to harness in the zero trust concept, right? Zero trust and layered security are what you need to do in order to protect your network, especially when traditionally brick and mortar boundaries, physical boundaries are blurred, especially in today's circumstances where we no longer always work from home from Monday to Friday or from Sunday to Thursday, wherever you are. It's no longer the truth that you have to go to a brick and mortar office to work. Some of you will work from Starbucks, some of you will work at home, some of you will work in your child's nursery. So how do we ensure that, you know, the data remains protected, like what I mentioned earlier, is to build layered defense and adopt a zero trust approach in doing it, so that you could be able to address the risk, and then whenever things happen, you can recover gracefully in a very cost-efficient manner. So top threats. So in the white paper, top threats white paper that you can download from CSA, you will probably have you'll be introduced to how we're going to look at threats, definition, type, and classification. Okay, and these are some of the threats that we have identified and published in the latest version, the 2022 version. Okay, so this list is down here, and I shall just go through very quickly the list of threats that you should be concerned about. Okay, and again, how you going to classify the threat according to the risk assessment that you've done, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, there's also the other concept that you need to bear in mind is threat modeling, because only through threat modeling will be able to make use of the definition, specs, classification, etc. that I mentioned earlier, organized in a process-based framework that you will be able to adapt that to your own environment, and for every threat that you identify, you can do a modeling based on that. Right, so I probably would not want to go through how we can do threat modeling. That will be another topic. But I just want to bring you up to speed to some of the concepts that you need to really have, and you need to really do your own research and understanding in order to do a good job to really protect your organization from the cloud threats that are happening today that will lead to certain very negative consequences, which include ransomware and lockdown or espionage and any things that will happen, right? So these are some of the things that you have to bear in mind and use all these tools from risk assessment, mitigation, to threat modeling to accomplish all these things from a very holistic perspective. So CSA, we recommend that, okay, cloud threat modeling starts with identification of the attack, potential attack that might be exploited in the cloud environment, and then what are the critical practice that you need to put in place in the development life cycle process. Normally that today we term it as DevSecOps, but in the past it's called trustworthy computing, right? And we prioritize the effort according to the risk. So these are the core activities and the recommendation, and the top threats actually specifically addresses the issue of what kind of attack might happen, right? What are the attacks that might happen? The 10 to 11 clauses that shall go through them briefly in this presentation. So how do we identify the threats that are exploited? And most of the time, okay, you have to make use of some model to identify it. So the Microsoft Strike framework will help you look at the potential threats that comes in, whether through spoofing, tampering, and to ensure that your product have certain features in there as well, like repatriation, and that you do responsible information disclosure, and that you prevent things like denial of services and escalation of privileges. So there are 11 top threats, and the issues that this report are going to be organized is that they're going to tell you what are the threats, what are the security issues, what are the impact that you face as a business, the key takeaways, and the recommended mitigation. So you can actually download this and get it done. So what I did down here is just to fresh it up for you guys to see. For example, one of the threats is insufficient identity management, credential access, and key management. So this is really the problem that we're facing today in terms of identification management, credential management, and these are the business impact and threat mitigation measures that you should take, okay? In fact, and the following are some of the others, other 10 threats that are identified out here. But what I'm showing you here is a way that you can bring it to your management, bring to your board, in your annual budgeting exercise, telling them what is the gap, what you are missing, what you need to, the company to help you with, and where you want to get from there, and the potential kind of business environment and the key outcome that you want to see. So in order to have this business talk at the executive management level, in order to have this talk at the board level, you need to have some kind of framework that you can frame it in mind such that it can convey easy to understand messages that probably any layman on the street will understand instantaneously, right? So with this framework that you see down here, as you can see, what is the problem? You describe the problem, what are the business impact, the threat mitigation measures that you should take, and so on and so forth. It becomes easy to read, okay, if you break this down in this way. So, ladies and gentlemen, due to time restraints, I couldn't be able to go through them one by one. I have a very huge presentation down here, but I will recommend you to just download the document and you can see and read from there onwards. And using the framework that I have presented down here. These are some of the simple ways that you can present it internally in your own organization when you talk about how you're going to address threat and vulnerabilities in the cloud, right? So, I shall quickly go to the next one that I want to share with you is that when you deal with cloud vulnerability, okay, you always make use of the standard PDCA model, right? Because in order to deal with vulnerability, after you present the consequences, you want to talk about outcome, how to reach the outcome, how to address the vulnerability, you need to give them a plan, because this is the plan where you're going to ask the management for budget, right? So if you're going to ask for budget, you need to tell them what's your plan. And this is your plan that you should do based on this model. You don't have to reinvent the wheel because a lot of the models are there. Just like what we did with ITU ARCC's the cybersecurity maturity model that was launched yesterday. That offers you a very high-level framework that you can take back and use it internally for your own purpose. And then for the various OIC cert projects that we have done, okay, from 5G security and the other aspects of things, there are also frameworks that you can address. In fact, I think there will be something about cloud security framework by OIC cert that will be announced later. So I will let His Excellencies to talk about that himself. But just coming back to this is to address the vulnerability, to talk about plan. This is the plan that you need to have. And for Huawei, okay, just do a little bit of selling on my side. Okay, this is the overall framework for cloud security governance that we have. We call it 3CS in Huawei. Right, referring to 20 over security standards worldwide, from CSA Star, cloud control metrics I mentioned earlier, to ISO 27001, ISO 27017, cloud controls, and so on and so forth. We built a governance framework, and this is how we develop the cloud security governance for our customers. Right? And when you buy Huawei Cloud from us, this is what we will get. A cloud, whether is it a full stack cloud or you're just buying SaaS, it will have this model in the background driving forward our cloud that you could use with your peace of mind. And we have just launched our vulnerability management framework in September. In fact, this is a preview of what we're going to launch in GITEX next week. Huawei is going to launch the vulnerability management framework next week in GITEX in this region. And this is accumulation of what we have learned over the years of security practices with our customers worldwide. Huawei has been delivering our services in 170 countries worldwide, okay? Serving more than 1,500 telcos, cloud telco providers, and to date we have 0 incidents, whatever, for the past 30 over years. And a huge part why we have this achievement in a way, or why are we so blessed, is because we believe in good fundamentals. We believe in going back to basics. And one of the fundamentals that we need to do is that we need to have a framework that every business unit in Huawei and all the engineers and everyone together with the customers, all the stakeholders will come together to agree on what we should do and what is the potential outcome. So we use our experience in this and translate that into a vulnerability management framework that will ensure an end-to-end, how we end-to-end address the various threats that we are seeing today, our customers are seeing today. Okay? So 5 principles, 7 stage 4 management practices. In fact, all this vulnerability management framework that I'm saying down here, I mean, the huge mumbo-jumbo words that you're seeing that, man, I don't have time to read all these things. Don't worry, the white paper is ready for download. In fact, I have also asked my staff to print out the white paper. You can always grab a copy of the white paper at my booth. So, just to summarize, we have done and published our cybersecurity framework since 2011. And we went through 2 iterations of master plan for Huawei. And right now, we're in the middle of launching our 3rd master plan next year, 5-year cycle. And when we look at it, we always do it in view of the entire security ecosystems that we are in, because no man is an island. Cybersecurity is a shared responsibility, and we couldn't do it without you also being part of the ecosystem, fully engaged, and everyone fully supportive of the open, transparent, and collaborative framework that we are trying to build out here, whether it's vulnerability management or cloud security management. And we do that with interaction with organizations, not only like OIC CERT, ITU ARCC, but also international standardization organizations like ISO and ITU as well, where we will also provide inputs from our practices and experience into the various standards today that you are using in your own organization, whether it's 27001, 2717, and the various other standards they are seeing. And we hope that we can work with you together to develop all these frameworks and standards to address the various new technologies that are coming our way in OIC CERT, in ITU ARCC, and you can see that Huawei is not just providing telecom equipment to our customers anymore, right? So if you think that Huawei is just a telecom equipment provider, and whatever we say only applies to telcos, then I'm afraid that you're wrong, because we also have the 2nd largest cloud in China with Huawei Cloud, okay, and it's the 5th largest in the world, and is very prevalent and widely used in this region. We just launched a cloud instance region in Saudi, $400 million that are invested to open the region in Saudi. And we also just launched in the past 2 months new phones from Mate 60 Pro, Mate 60 Pro Plus, to the S5 they are seeing. And all these phones are going to make a difference where the other phones are not being able to make, because we're going to set what you're going to see as the future baseline standards for phones that we're going to use in the future. And that is, all these phones are not only 5G, 5.5G phones, but they are satellite phone capable. That means that you can call out anyone using satellite. And for some of the phone, you can connect to 2 satellites. So you will never get lost, whether you are out in the sea or in the desert. Okay, and Huawei EV, our ITO cars, they are coming your way. As we are speaking, ITO is now under trial on UAE road. You want to buy our EVs? This is the right opportunity. For all our phones, we have sold for the past month 90 million handsets for each model. We are back. We are ranked #1 again in China. And we will soon claw back what we lost in the past 3 years, in the past 1,566 years that we spent in wilderness. Now we are back, and we are challenging on all angles, from ICT to cloud, from consumer, all the way to chipset. With that, thank you very much for your attention. I have seriously overrun my time. I beg your forgiveness for this. Thank you very much.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was Mr. Aloysius Cheng, the Chief Security Officer at Huawei Middle East and Central Asia. All right, and as we move forward with our agenda for Day 4 of the Regional Cybersecurity Week, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Data Privacy and Regulations Challenges. This session will be presented by the director at Cisco Advisory. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the amazing Jelena Kliwich, all the way from Bosnia.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with me here today. Thank you to the Cybersecurity Council, to His Excellency, Dr. Al-Kuwaiti, for providing us with an opportunity to discuss the topic of privacy and privacy's growing importance and its impact. My name is Jelena Kljuic. I am Cisco's EMEA Privacy Officer, freshly relocated from Brussels to Dubai. And this is my first time in Abu Dhabi. So it's a pleasure to be here. What I wanted to do with all of you here today is discuss privacy, its impact, and why you should care about privacy, why your businesses should care about privacy. For us at Cisco, privacy has long been a business imperative. And we know all too well that good privacy is good for business. And in order to support this claim, we have been conducting privacy benchmark studies for the past 6 years to catch the tangible and intangible benefits of privacy. Because when we talk about privacy, what comes to mind? The first things that come to mind are most often regulatory constraints, the EU's General Data Protection Regulation, the breaches, reported of the breaches of personal data, the cost of compliance, the cost of keeping up with all the laws that are coming up across the world, data subjects request, et cetera, et cetera. So most of the time, privacy and data protection governance as such is not very often perceived as a business imperative. It is most of the time looked at something that we have to do. And what I'm going to do here with all of you today is that I'm going to show you some of the results of our study that can help you elevate privacy to help meet those business outcomes. So as I mentioned already, Cisco has a long-standing history of conducting privacy studies. We have 2 studies which we publish annually. One that goes out in January every year for International Privacy Day on 28th of January, and the other one which is more consumer-related, which comes out actually every October, and we are waiting for the latest one to come out by the end of the Cybersecurity Month. Now, our latest 6th study conducted during the last year brought together 3,100 cybersecurity and privacy respondents across 26 regions. And these are the topics that the privacy study addressed. The first one we are going to look into together is value of privacy to organizations. Then we are going to look into privacy as a core skills to your employees. We are going to look briefly at the impact of all the new privacy laws that we see coming around the world. And then we are going to discuss the 2 hot topics. We can't have a conference without talking about Gen AI and about data localization. So we will see how AI use is impacting customer trust and attitudes about data localization. And before I take you into the key findings of the study, I just wanted to have a quick show of hands of how many of you are implementing data privacy management program already in your businesses. How many of you are reporting the metrics to the board? All right, thank you. We have asked these questions to our 3,100 respondents, and let's have a look what they told us. So first one that I would like you to think about is that privacy is an attractive investment with a strong 1.8 times return on investment. This means for every dollar, every euro, every AED you invest in a privacy program, you get in average 1.8 back. There are companies who are reporting even bigger return. Sometimes that is a threefold. Secondly, organizations have integrated privacy into their priorities. 98% of the respondents are reporting privacy metrics to their board of directors. And 95% of them say that all of their employees need to know how to protect data privacy. Organizations as well are not, surprisingly, not fully in sync with the consumers when it comes to building trust in AI. And we will unpack this in more detail a bit later. And lastly, Organizations are more and more recognizing that global providers operating at scale can better protect their data compared to local providers. Now, you may say, so what is the value of privacy investment? Why should we invest in privacy to go beyond compliance? Because we are all required to comply with the law. Well, first of all, as you can see, 75% of our respondents say that investing in privacy is good for loyalty and trust. And this is hardly surprising because we are living in an age of accelerated digital transformation. We see complex technologies come into play to change how we live, how we play, how we work. We have seen what has COVID-19 done to the notion of hybrid work. So it is from this background that loyalty and trust needs to be built into these complex technologies to ensure that there is an understanding of how these technologies work underneath. Why? Because they process personal data and other types of data. Why? Because data is considered a business asset. Secondly, I would like to draw your attention to the third item on the list, which is agility and innovation. There is a common misconception that privacy programs inhibit innovation. This is entirely in contrast to what we have found out with our survey, which says that privacy, by design and by default, implementing personal data protection governance, provides greater agility and greater innovation because it helps you understand what data you have, where do you have it, who has access to it, where does it go. It helps build up the overall data governance posture. And in average, from 2018, since we have been conducting this study in 2018, not by accident, that is the year the European GDPR came into force, we have seen consistent value of 70+% on the value of privacy investment. So overwhelmingly, 95% of our respondents say that privacy is business imperative. On the other hand, we have found out that 95% say that their customers won't buy from them if their data is not properly protected. And as we have said before, this is completely expected because data is seen as an asset. We want to know how vendors, how third parties process and protect this data so that we can ensure that our business outcomes are met. Well, then you can say, Yelena, this is all great, but isn't privacy only for the lawyers? Why are we talking about it? The truth is that when we have asked our cybersecurity and privacy respondents to name top 3 responsibilities that they have, what has come up third is data privacy and governance, in front of threat detection and response, and in front of vulnerability management. This is important particularly in those roles in your companies who are responsible for data governance. And I myself, for example, I started as an engineer. I acquired my law degree after I already established my career as an engineer. So privacy is not only for the lawyers, it's for all of us. It's for decision makers, for engineers, for common people, for everybody. So what do organizations and consumers think of privacy laws, you may ask? We have went from 145 privacy laws last year to 157 omnibus privacy laws this year, and that does not include Saudi Arabia's PDPL and doesn't include India's law. So we are already on 159. Even though there is, no doubt, a cost of compliance, the organizations are overwhelmingly reporting benefits of implementing governance for their privacy and personal data processing, with 79% overall saying this is positive, and only 6% mentioning that this is negative. What about AI? 43% of our consumers we surveyed say that they believe AI can be useful in improving our lives. And I think after November last year, most of us have played with generative AI of different sorts. And on the other hand, what we see that the consumers say when AI is at stake is that there is 60% of them are concerned about the businesses and AI today. 65% of them say that use of AI by organizations has already eroded trust in them. And trust is a key component of a business transaction. So what makes consumers more comfortable with AI, you may ask? Well, the first response is to provide an opportunity to opt out, to provide greater control not to be subject to automated decision-making. And what do you think that the organizations are doing, on the other hand? They are focusing on other aspects of AI governance, with giving customers the opportunity to opt out of the AI use as the last on their priority list. So this is one of the examples where there is a huge disconnect between what we see that organizations are doing when they are aiming to capitalize on the data-driven insights powered by AI, and consumers on the other side who are consuming that technology. Does your organization need to do more to assure customers about their data for AI? 92% said yes. So 92% of surveyed organizations are aware that what they are doing currently is not enough, and they need to step up the game. When it comes to trust, though, we have a similar situation. Consumers say that they want clear information as to how their data or personal data is being used. On the organizational side, though, organizations say, no, our priority is to comply with the laws, while for consumers, compliance with the laws is a given. You have to do that. There is nothing extra there. Lastly, this brings us to conversation about the data localization. Data localization has been one of the topics I have been dealing quite a bit, being a part of organizations such as Cisco. And we have talked about many different types of data localization. Implicit, explicit, different reasons behind why we want to localize data. And what we have found out while conducting this study is that vast majority of our respondents thought that it may be a good idea to localize. However, when then presented with additional costs to privacy, to cybersecurity, to other aspects, what happened is that their support for data localization fell 30%. 88% think that data would be inherently safer if it can be stored within our own country of origin. However, even though respondents want their data stored locally, they are telling us that global providers can better protect our data compared to local providers, just considering their knowledge and experience across the globe. This is a short overview of how our respondents feel about data localization and global provider being able to protect their data. 90% overall support the notion. Before we conclude, you can find everything I've talked about today on our trust.cisco.com website. As I said, we've been conducting these studies for the past 6 years. There is plenty of knowledge there. But in summary, the first thing you should all think about doing is ensuring that the privacy has a place within your businesses. Secondly, we should all think about how to increase transparency and provide consumers with trust and control option. And thirdly, when it comes to both Gen AI and data localization, there is a lot to think about behind as to why we are doing this. I think that brings me to the end of my session. I thank you very much for having me with you today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event. Let me know if you have any questions. Happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Jelena Kliwich. Really appreciate the insightful information. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue with our agenda for Day 4 of the Regional Cybersecurity Week, I am pleased to announce our next panel discussion, which is titled National and Regional Cybersecurity Initiatives. This session will be moderated by the MENA Cyber Dialogue Advisor, who's joining us all the way from Switzerland. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage Dr. Nader Al-Safwani. Give him a round of applause, please. Thank you. And our first speaker is the National Act ICT and Cybersecurity Coordinator. Please help me welcome to the stage Dr. Lina Awaidat. Come on up, please. Next up, please help me welcome to the stage Senior Advisor at ITU Arab Regional Office, joining us from Egypt. Please help me welcome Mr. Ahmed El-Raghi. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Cybersecurity, all the way from Malaysia. Please welcome Dr. Haji Amiruddin. Round of applause, please.
Hi, good morning. Sorry, we have to announce another speaker, Mr. Ahmed Abdul Hamid. He's the Principal Strategist from Security and Compliance Regional Leaders from AWS. Please welcome him. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we have amazing panel discussions, and we have our esteemed speakers who will line up to have insights and informative discussions about our cybersecurity initiatives. Before I dive into the panel discussions, let me introduce our panelists, Dr. Lina Awaidat. She is the National Act ICT and Cybersecurity Coordinator from Lebanon. Welcome, Doctora. And we have Engineer Ahmed Al-Rajihi. He's the Senior Advisor at ITU Arab Regional Office from Egypt. Welcome, Mr. Ahmed. And we have Dr. Haji Amiruddin. He's the CEO of Cybersecurity Malaysia. Welcome, Dr. Amin. And we have the other fourth speaker, Engineer Ahmed Abdul Hamid. He's the Principal Strategist from Security and Compliance Department from AWS, from MENA and Africa. Welcome, everyone. The first question here, I will try to recap some questions, and I will start with Dr. Lina. And allow me to start with the main questions here for all of them coming to see. In Lebanon, how you can address the major initiatives that you have been taking, and how those align and increase your country and cybersecurity readiness in Lebanon? Please.
I have also to start by thanking Emirates and Oman for this wonderful organization. And if you allow me one unconventional thing, I would like, as an academician also, not only government, to dismantle this infrastructure, to take it directly to a lab, and to have the best, if the Guinness record people are there, it's the most important platform for real-time embedded system. So this is another award to give, because when we see this infrastructure, it summarizes all kinds of sectors, vulnerabilities, and in real-time control embedded system is really what you have in one platform to be for multi-professional use. So I wanted to highlight this as a Guinness record. I'm sure we don't have such one platform by one government, for sure. This is very important. So when we come back, I have to say that I have been inspired since we talked together after this event. And many questions also came up again to be able to answer. So quickly, concerning cybersecurity, you know, all countries and recommendation and standards, you have pillars, 4 main pillars. I wanted to highlight that pillars have to be adapted to the country itself. I mean, to give you an example of one of the cybersecurity strategy of 2019 pillar was the interagency coordination, strengthening and sharing information in investigation and digital forensic. So it was for us very important to have it as a pillar. So pillars can be adapted to the country, and that's what Lebanon started with 8 pillars. And the second more important pillar was the international collaboration. And you were there to start helping us in 2019 with Oman to start use the international experience in building our ecosystem. Because first of all, you know, many countries in our region, we don't have to forget the digital divide. So when you have digital divide and you have cybersecurity problems, also you have to get benefit of others' experience. I want to highlight something that we know that we are, first of all, in unstable situation. So our way of planning was, our companion in planning was the uncertainty. And we found out that it was the way to have it, and thanks to ITU and to many stakeholders, that we think that in building cybersecurity ecosystem, the most important thing was the human capacity building and the raising awareness. We started to prepare the people because in our strategy, there were the institutionalization part, which was very important. We said we are not going to draft a law for institution and then preparing the people after. So we started with 450 training, thanks to a support for a EU-funded project, which is the Advanced Counter-Terrorism Project for Lebanon. And I welcome my colleague from EU who helped us immediately after the strategy issuing. And we are in the process of building the CSIRT, the awareness platform, and the training center with the collaboration to have training cyber range. And all the people are ready to jump in. And the most important thing was our interaction between professions. We were starting from day one to involve the legal and other professions. So I mean, we have conducted a lot of exercises in digital forensic, mixing judges and law enforcement agencies, and believe me, the professions should interact together. This is a big recommendation. So because we have to pay attention, and we have a lot of experience that drafting law and legal framework in cybersecurity is a big, complex thing, and raising awareness is in all category of profession is a must. So we are in the process after 2 years, and I want to recommend something more. Strategic review is more important than issuing new strategy. I think with the evolving way and the quick development, you know, if you look at the technology map and the complexity of cybersecurity ecosystems, strategic review is a must to check whether in which pillar, that's what we are doing, you succeeded, what are the reasons of failure, and what are the elements and axes that you have to develop more.
Thank you, Dr. Lena, for an insightful presentation. As I said, the results would be more resilience and security and environments. Really, very thank you for these presentations. And the next question to Engineer Ahmed Al-Rajhi from the ITU. You know, the ITU, they already have the global cybersecurity strategies, and you are assisting countries to build those strategies. The main objective of this agenda and prioritization and can be very depending on the scope and specific regions. And of course, it's as unique cybersecurity challenges that already been there. However, several commons, you know, objective and priorities can be identified across many regions. What are the main objectives and priorities of our cybersecurity regions and initiatives, and how do this align with international cybersecurity efforts? Please.
Thank you a lot, Dr. Nadir. First of all, allow me to thank our amazing host for this wonderful event, United Arab Emirates Cybersecurity Council, Dr. Mohammed Kuwaiti. Thank you a lot for having us today, and for sure also our partner, the Arab Regional Cybersecurity Center of Oman, for having us today and inviting ITU to this wonderful forum. It's a wonderful question, Dr. Nadir, and then actually let me take you about the priority or the commitment of cybersecurity of ITU. ITU is committed related to the cybersecurity by resolution, by consensus for 193 member state governments, which instructed the ITU to work on area of cybersecurity development and cooperation, to focus on that. This is why in the ITU BDT, Development Bureau, we considered cybersecurity as one of the main priorities. We have 5 priorities in the ITU BDT, and cybersecurity is one of the main of that. Accordingly, ITU is working very closely with member states and also our stakeholders and other partners, private sector, academia, Research and Development Institute, in very close cooperation framework in line of product and services to support our membership related to the cybersecurity. And what's about main priorities for that, I can list cybersecurity strategy. ITU is working very closely with main stakeholder to support the development of the national cybersecurity strategy, and we created a very comprehensive guide. Yes, guide. So you can follow all the best practices, the instructions, and how you can develop your own national cybersecurity strategy, even provide the customized support to governments and the national stakeholders about this kind of implementation plan related of how they can develop this strategy from strategic level to the operational and implementation level. In the other perspective, we have also our priority and our objective to support an area related to the technical capabilities and skills development. Here today, we have a wonderful drill, wonderful gathering, almost 60 plus search team from different countries. We working together, cooperate together, learning together, sharing experience, and getting our level of knowledge and level of cooperation to the maximum level of development. This is also beside the sort of cert assessment, giving the source ability to review their own technical capabilities and support for cert development, which already delivered for more than 40 countries in different countries in the world. The third domain is in the area related to the cyber inclusion. It's a crucial concept from cybersecurity perspective, taking the cyber from the mindset of this just a technical issue to the issue that should be involved, should be aware at all level in society. My mom, my son, my daughter, our elder people should have such level of knowledge of cybersecurity. Everyone under risk in cybersecurity was the kind of digital inclusion. So ITU, including activities and program-related child protection, and also women in cyber as one of the activities that include women in the area of cyber domain. Finally, one of the very famous products from our side is the cyber awareness and commitment, which is the Global Cybersecurity Index, the GCI. It's a famous index that we are working very closely with the government to getting some sort of measuring the commitments of the governments and implementation of the cybersecurity at the national level. This index helps countries to understand exactly their position, their strength, their challenges. And from this point, they start to develop their own yearly national plan of operation related to the development of cybersecurity and feeding their own national cybersecurity strategy with areas that they should include and develop. And taking from that, from GCI, Dr. Nadir, areas related to the Arab world and the challenges maybe for the Arab world. I can list some few of the main of that. For sure, some countries still need support on the core level, strategy development, CERT implementation, which we are working very closely with our main partner to provide this kind of support. And also we noted the issue related the development of industry. Cyber industry is a sort of how we can take the cybersecurity from government focus issue to more than that on the national level, to the industry level, where we can support the country to develop their own cooperation with the private sector, creating research and development part related to the cybersecurity, which will support the country to develop their own national cybersecurity development on a wide scale. This is one of the main challenges. We are working very close with our partner, Regional Cybersecurity Center in Oman, also in the issues related to the cybersecurity industry and innovation development.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ahmad. So really, it's very interesting things. And the Global Cybersecurity Guide, I think they already published online in the website.
Yes.
With the different languages, I see it's
exactly,
Arabic.
yes. With 6 languages, you can go to that. Just write ITU, NCS, National Cybersecurity Strategy Guide. You will find a 6 language guide, so you can.
6 languages, not 5.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rajhi, for emphasizing on the international cooperations in promoting safer and more secure digital environments. Our third speaker, Dr. Haji Amiruddin. Dr. Haji Amiruddin, can I ask you something about the public and private security collaborations? As I said already before, I think in one of the sessions, you mentioned, or maybe outside, you said in public and private sector, collaboration is essential because neither sector alone can address the fast and rapidly evolving leadership of cyber threats. So how are public and private sectors collaborations are partnering to strengthen cybersecurity in the nation from Malaysia perspective?
Thank you, Dr. Nadir. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. Firstly, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to be part of this panel session. With regards to the questions of public-private partnership, to me, based on our experience, cybersecurity cannot be handled by any one entity alone, nor can be handled by any country alone. So as such, it is very important for us to collaborate. And at the domestic level, the importance of public, private, and even academia partnership because each of these sectors, they have their own respective roles. Most important thing is how we work together to manage the common threats that we are facing. And obviously, the government have their own responsibility, the private sectors have their own role. In fact, most of the expertise, the products, the solutions are with the private sectors. But then at the same time, the government is where they have the law, the policies, and the strategies that sets the direction. While at the same time, we also need to work beyond just the public sector, but also for even the academia in terms of talent development, capacity building, research, innovation with regards to local products and services. So in the context of cybersecurity in Malaysia, as the agencies that link with the various sectors, we work closely with the government also. For example, we align and support our national cybersecurity strategy called MCSS, Malaysia Cybersecurity Strategy, which have 5 pillars that aligns to the Global Cybersecurity Index. Each of these 5 pillars actually align similar to the 5 pillars that is under the Global Cybersecurity Index, which includes also, for example, one of the areas in terms of technology, innovation. There's where areas that we work with the industry players. And Cybersecurity Malaysia, for example, we have a program called CCP, Cybersecurity Malaysia Collaboration Program, specifically with the private sectors. We have more than 100 plus companies registered with us. Yes, either whether they are local company based in Malaysia and also or foreign company but based in Malaysia. And this is where we have collaboration in various elements, areas in terms of technical collaboration, commercial arrangement or business collaboration with these companies, capacity building, and training, etc. So these are some of the areas that we work. At the same time, we develop a platform whereby all these multi-stakeholders, not only private sector, but even academia, community at large, to have a forum. We have developed a program or event as a platform since 2010 called CSMAs, Cybersecurity Malaysia Award Conference and Exhibition. And last year, on our 25th anniversary as a government agency in the field of cybersecurity, we relaunched it into and rebrand it in collaboration with others. Even in fact, we collaborate with the private sector to jointly organize this event we call Cyber DSA, Cyber Defense, Cyber Digital Services and Defense Security Asia. And this is also a platform where we try to bring in all the players, whether they are from the government, whether they are from the private sector, academia, even the community at large, together, because we know that, as I mentioned just now, basically we cannot handle these issues alone. And we not only have to work at the domestic level, but we have also to collaborate and even at the international level. And this is where we also have partnership. For example, we are part of the OIC CERT, and we are currently also the APAC, the AP CERT chair, where we work together. But then we have industry players, commercial members, whether at the AP CERT or OIC CERT, etc., because we believe that government alone cannot handle or cannot work and drive this issue of cybersecurity without the partnership with the private sectors.
Fascinating, really, really insightful, Dr. Amiruddin. So as I said, now you have this collaboration leverage the expertise and the resources and of course capabilities for both sectors to address any evolving and complex cybersecurity threats at that initial phase. Thank you, Dr. Amiruddin, for this insightful presentation. And the last questions from our industrial perspective to our engineer, Ahmad Abdul Hamid. Engineer Ahmad, digital transformations is a key priorities, and we have seen many organizations take initiatives to do this securely. How can you describe these initiatives?
Thank you so much, Dr. Nader, Dr. Lina, Mr. Ahmed, and Dr. Haji for this opportunity. I would like also to thank the organizing committee and ladies and gentlemen. My name maybe is not here. My name is Ahmad Abdul Hamid. I lead security and compliance for AWS Public Sector, Middle East and Africa. And I think this is a very important question around how organizations embark in digital transformation. And we have been part of many, many initiatives where several public sector organizations are taking those steps actively. And a part of the digital transformation is, of course, either considering or actually moving to the cloud, whether they are cloud providers locally provided from within countries or globally, global cloud providers that are active in the region. And I would like to talk about those initiatives from the perspective of the challenges that customers face. Of course, as I've mentioned, many, many initiatives. I want to focus on three major things. First one is culture. Second one is responsibility. And third one, maybe not one word like culture and responsibility, maybe we can call it something like inclusion of security while you're transforming. Let me first start about the cultural element. As I've mentioned, we are quite active in many, many initiatives with the local security agencies in many, many countries in the Middle East and Africa. And we have witnessed is that in many, many situations, the local security agencies have quite strong security culture, but that's not always the case with the public sector entities or the regulated entities. And they always ask us this question, you as AWS, you also have an organization. So here I'm not talking about what AWS is providing as security services, I'm talking about our own culture of security. You also have an organization. How did you do it? You also did digital transformation as an organization. And we find that the stories on how we did our own digital transformation can be inspiring for those public sector entities. We can talk for a lot of time about this, but I want to talk about three specific elements in our digital transformation component. First one is security is everyone's job. And the thing is, saying this doesn't always make it true. When you say that security is everyone's job, I think everybody here would agree with that. I mean, if you can see here a show of hands of how many people would agree, everybody would raise their hand. But do you actually apply it as public sector entities? And what we have witnessed is not in all the cases, and it's not always supported from the top level organization. In AWS, our CEO sits with the security leadership of the organization at least twice a week, either to discuss the current security initiatives, as well as to discuss the challenges. We have the responsibility to launch services and features every week and every month and all the time, but to delight our customers, but we have to do it securely also to delight our customers. We don't have any other option. And because of this, that leadership support makes sure that everybody is in line. So this is one part of the cultural element, which is making sure that leadership is not only saying it's supporting, but they are taking active steps either to identify and understand the challenges and work with the different entities or teams to resolve any challenges. The second element is making sure that security is active in each and every team. So for example, if we have a product team that is developing a non-security service, a compute or a storage or any service in AWS, we also make sure that there is a security engineer or security representation in that group. And what that gives us is to make sure that security is part of the whole life cycle, not only as an afterthought, as part of a security assurance program. And those are things that we can definitely promote to all the public sector entities, and we will do this actively through many, many interactions in many situations in cooperation with the regulators and the owners of security in each country. We go with them hand in hand. We did this in many countries, and we're happy to do it with many others to raise the awareness on how to promote a culture of leadership ownership, as well as a culture of embedding security functions in every team. The third element in this culture is to promote the word escalate. It has a negative, sometimes correspondence or a negative meaning in some minds, negative association in some minds. But the idea of escalation is not to escalate to harm someone. It's to make sure that if there is a problem, you're always talking about it, and there is no negative retaliation for this. And that's something else that we promote to entities through our initiatives of awareness. So that's the first part, the cultural element, and making sure that security is really everyone's job, by three practical approaches: active ownership of leadership, as well as embedding security in every function, even by spokesmen or champions, as well as promoting the culture of escalation. The second element for transformation is the responsibility. And this is a challenge that faces many, many organizations when they embark, especially if cloud, whether it's local providers or global providers, is part of their transformation. And when it comes to responsibility, this is important to any security professional, the idea of who is accountable, right? Who is responsible? How can I make sure that we have one accountable person? And if you are moving to the cloud, who is going to be responsible for the security of my environment? Is it going to be myself as an entity or the cloud provider? And it's a very tricky question, and there is no one responsible party for this. It has to be a shared responsibility, and responsibilities have to be very well defined, and this is something that you have to insist on if you're embarking on that journey. And you have to make sure that responsibility is always of your data is always lying within your own full control, because it cannot go otherwise. So in those discussions, we also promote the concept of responsibility and have many initiatives around that. And then finally, the inclusion of security. And because what we have witnessed, maybe not always in public sector entities, but sometimes security comes as an afterthought, in the sense of you go to embark on a digital transformation, and once you reach your almost final stage, you decide how to secure it, and it cannot work that way. It has to be included from the beginning. And it's sometimes challenging because moving to a different state where you are not today, it might require different security controls, whether they're protective, detective, whatever. And this is why we have invested in making sure that there are many, many ways for organizations that want to embark in this digital transformation journey, that they have the right security controls and tools that can help them from the beginning, streamline all this before they even decide to make that step. I think we were discussing even before this session, Dr. Nader, around threat detection capabilities. One of the initiatives that we have, for example, is we, with many of our partners, started a framework, a new framework for cybersecurity, the Open Cybersecurity Schema Framework, that targets or has a final objective of making sure that we have a very specific schema of security incidents that is unified. And we have many partners in this, including Splunk. IBM now is part of the steering committee. But the objective is not to have different organizations have different ways of defining what a security incident is. And this is something that we are bringing as well here in the market in many discussions. So between the three components, culture, responsibility, and inclusion of security, we think that those are the initiatives that we are targeting the most and that we are focusing on the most while we are dealing with our different public sector entities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. I would like to recap the most important statements: strategy combined with the right leadership, and it's the first and the most crucial components of effective transformations and for digital business. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. So I will open the floors for more questions. So, yeah.
1 second, I'll head over there with the mic.
Hello. Good afternoon to everyone. Russian Federation Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Can you introduce your name and your organization?
Ernest, my name is Ernest Chernuchin. Russian Federation Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. So many thanks for the wonderful panel discussing the national and regional cybersecurity initiatives. Short comments, if you allow me. You mentioned precisely the ITU resolutions on this topic and the topic in principle. We know perfectly that the cybersecurity or information security does have the transborder nature. You know, that is for sure. We know that this year, the 25th anniversary of discussions of all of these topics under the UN system. The first resolution could be traced back on this issue in 1998. And right now, the first and the third committee of the General Assembly do work closely and while discussing this idea. More precisely, the first committee will provide the resolution on the open-ended working group that covers this issue. The third committee elaborates the Universal Convention on ICT crime. And we know perfectly that the transborder nature is the essence of this story. And my question this derives from all of this discussion, or precisely the data protection or localization of that, like the Cisco presentation. Who should localize the data, the global provider or the local provider? What does it mean in terms of the law? If the global provider will localize data, that means that the jurisdiction is not understandable. Who could be provided an access to the data? Who will protect them? So all of this variety of issues, unfortunately, you not mentioned UN system at all. My question is, what does the international cooperation, like Madam Dr. Linda Quebet mentioned from the very beginning, for your and for your practical work? Many thanks.
So now we speak about the data protections and who is responsible for that one. Yes. Data protection. Dr.
Yes.
Lina, one of you can answer these questions.
I would like to, what I was talking about, the most important, we are in a digital transformation. I mean, all professions are in the era of transformation. Data protection as itself, it is not only dependent on location. It is dependent on procedure, on the way data is indexed, on the way that government deals with data, on the way when you choose, for a long time, all governments were aware that we want the services online. We did not take the necessary time to protect the data and to protect the infrastructure. Now the protection comes after using the data. For sure, the question of data protection is a multidisciplinary issue. It is not only location, it is procedure, classification of data, and there's a big confusions in governments also with the question of access to information, which some countries are confusing access to information with the right to have access on some data. Data is very sovereignty issue. It's depend on its classification, and the government itself, according to the type of service using the data, has to take care. For sure, recommendation of about security and safety are very important, but you have to come back to your means, to your infrastructure, and to your vulnerability. So it's a multifunctional dependency. So that's what I wanted to highlight.
Yeah, I can absolutely add. So I think when it comes to the word sovereignty, sometimes it's overloaded. There is no clear definition of that, and it can mean different things for different organizations. So when we talk about data localization and data residency and who is responsible for it, it really depends on the requirements of each agency, of each country, of each jurisdiction. And we need to understand those so that we can see how we can, as a community, help achieve the requirement. And there are two components here. The component of actual data security, making sure that this data is secure. And again, it's a shared responsibility between all the providers and the entity that owns the data, that insists that should always own the data and have all the controls necessarily to define where are the crown jewels, to define what is a data security strategy, to implement the right controls in terms of data encryption at rest, at transit, even if needed while being processed. And there are different technologies that can achieve those targets as needed. And it's also the responsibility of the entities or the end owner of data to make sure that whatever provider they are dealing with have the right controls. For example, I can speak from AWS perspective, we have to be compliant with the sum of the requirements of all our customers. This is why we have compliance frameworks with more than 140 different entities. Some of them, for example, are here in the UAE with TDRA, with Desk and others. Some of them are privacy specific. So we make sure through the shared responsibility model that data is always the responsibility of and the ownership of the customers. We even have a term that we call data toxic or retroactive. We want to be away from it as possible. If eventually those controls are not satisfactory, then adding more controls that the end user can control, including encryption, including using their own key management systems, are always possible. So definitely it's a question that can be answered in each country according to the country requirements and from each entity in the way that they feel appropriate to them. It's eventually the responsibility of both the vendors that are supporting and the owners of the data to make sure that data protection controls are implemented in the proper place. I hope this is answering it.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. I will take another question. I mean, from the audience, if you have anyone. So there is no question. Okay, Mr. Orhan.
One moment, coming up with the mic. If you can introduce yourself, please, sir.
Hi, my name is Orhan Osmani. I'm from ITU, and just I would like to ask the question about, recently the Arab League has agreed to create the Cybersecurity Council of the Ministers. So I would like to ask our dear friend from Malaysia. So they have a great experience. They have a great experience in ASEAN about, basically working together. Do you think some model like, the cybersecurity cooperation strategy on ASEAN would be a good example to be followed by other regions like, like Arab League and so on to see how the countries can cooperate together in terms of cybersecurity? Do you think, that model is working well in ASEAN? And would you recommend that to be adopted in maybe in other regions as well? I mean, as a good model.
Okay, thank you, Orhan. I'm not sure whether this is the best model or not, but for sure, in terms of our experience in our region, in ASEAN specifically, in the context of Malaysia specifically, we collaborate both bilaterally and multilaterally. So at the multilateral level, this is where ASEAN is the key platform. And we have, for example, every year the normal, we call it ADG-MIN and ADG-SOM, ASEAN Digital Minister and ASEAN Digital Senior Officer Meeting. And under that, this is where the issue of cybersecurity is being discussed. And from there also, we developed the roadmap on strategy of how the ASEAN region going to manage the issue of cybersecurity for the region. At the same time, we do realize there are things that are common to many in terms of threat. For example, scam. This is one of, I would say, phenomenon, not only, I believe, not only in one country like Malaysia, it's also in the region of ASEAN, but in fact also in the global phenomenon. And there are also other threats that have been discussed. At the same time, there is also a bilateral engagement with these countries, whereby, for example, recently I was also involved with my minister's bilateral meeting between Malaysia and Singapore, where we discussed, and it seems that we do have problems. Both countries also have challenges and issues to manage. But then this is where the sharing of information help each other to learn how these are managed. And the same thing also by other countries. Recently, my minister also went and, for example, Cambodia requested, for example, how Malaysia's experience when it comes to issue of cybersecurity to help them in building the capabilities to the level that they want in their country. So to me, like I said just now, collaboration is key, whether local or international, bilaterally or multilaterally. So it is important for us because we have to work together, and the common threats is the same. The challenges may be different based on the context that we are in. But I think if we could do this, we all work together, I think that will help to minimize whatever issues that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our speakers. I will extend my gratitude for our panelists and the speakers here. And thank you very much for your contribution, and informative contribution, really, and your insights, enlightening all of us. I think all the audience gain a lot here. And please join me to welcome our panelists. And thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for them. Thank you very much to our moderator and amazing panelists. Photographer, please. Photographer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next session before we take a break is definitely one that I'm looking forward to, entitled The Cybersecurity Laws, Regulations, and Cybersecurity Investigations. Ladies and gentlemen, to lead this session, please help me welcome to the stage with a very warm round of applause the Chief Executive Officer at Decree Tech LLC Oman. Put your hands together, please, for Dr. Riyadh Al-Balushi.
Hi everyone, my name is Riyadh Al-Balushi and I work at a tech startup called Decree. Before founding my startup, I used to work as a government lawyer for about 16 years, mostly in the area of international law. We spoke a bit today during this event about the need for cooperation and how certain projects require countries to come together to achieve certain things. My presentation today will showcase an example of how cooperation in the area of lawmaking successfully contributed to the development of the cyber laws in the region, using a number of different international tools, and how these tools can probably be used to help improve other laws that relate to cybersecurity, such as the data protection laws. My presentation today will be split into two sections. First of all, I would talk about how cybercrime law was developed in this region using the tools that we will discuss, and then how these tools can help us improve the status of data protection law in the region. In the context of cybersecurity, the first law that comes into mind is probably cybercrime law. This law makes it illegal to hack into an IT system of a company, makes it illegal to attack a network, and makes it illegal to steal the credit card details of someone and misuse them. Countries in the Arab world have been working on these laws for a very long time, at least for more than 2 decades. And almost all countries in the region have cybercrime laws. The ones that don't have dedicated sections in their penal law to criminalize acts that are done in an electronic context and harm people. Not only are these laws available everywhere, but countries in this region have more recently moved to criminalizing acts that are not necessarily technical, but happen in cyberspace, such as defamation, insulting people, and spreading hate speech. What's interesting about these laws, as I mentioned, is that they were developed using some collaboration tools in the Arab region that are very interesting and can be useful for us to collaborate further. In particular, I would talk about 2 tools that contribute to the spread of cybercrime laws, namely the Model GCC Cybercrime Law and the Arab Treaty for Combating Cybercrime. The GCC Model Cybercrime Law is a very interesting tool because it's actually not legally binding. As a model law, what happened is that countries came together and decided that those are specific provisions that countries should have in their laws. But that in itself is not legally binding. After the adoption of the model law, countries had the choice. They could have adopted the model law word for word. They could have adopted only a specific number of provisions and left the others. Or they might have thought that, you know what, our legal system is actually adequate and we don't need to adopt it. And this is like an example of some of the content of the model law. So it mentions specific provisions. So those are the acts that should be prohibited. And it leaves the option to states to decide what the punishment would be. And even though model laws are not legally binding, they are extremely useful. First of all, those model laws provide guidance to the states on the best international practices in regard to the structure and the content of the law. Secondly, having model laws can be a quicker and a cheaper way for drafting laws. So instead of having to hire a consultant, you can easily just use the model that the countries have agreed to have. Finally, when there is a model law that gets adopted, this creates predictability and consistency across the region. So if I know that a certain thing will be done in a certain country, I can expect it to happen in the same way in another country. So that's one tool that countries in this region have came together to develop, and it has been successful. So most countries in the GCC obviously have cybercrime laws, and some of them adopted this text word for word. Another tool that we can talk about that is is of a different kind and has a different scope is the Arab Treaty for Combating Cybercrime. Unlike the model law, this is a treaty, and this means that it's an international agreement that is legally binding. Once countries agree to become a member of a treaty, they are legally bound to implement the provisions of the treaty. Treaties are very common. So what we have here is only one example, but there are treaties in the area of human rights, there are treaties in the area of tax, there are treaties in the area of security. The objective of the Arab Convention for Combating Cybercrime is to create a minimum standard of what needs to be prohibited across the whole region. It also creates a framework for exchanging information between different countries. So if a country is doing an investigation in regard to a certain crime, the treaty allows them to share this data. Additionally, the treaty requires each state to have a focal point. So if a country needs assistance, you can talk to these people. And finally, the treaty also creates a framework for extraditing criminals. So if someone is convicted of a crime, this treaty creates a convention where that person can be transferred from one state to another. Treaties are extremely powerful, and they are actually legally binding. They're also very useful because they ensure that all countries in the region have the same minimum standard of protection. Unlike model laws, treaties can actually create physical, real-life cooperation between countries, such as the one we mentioned, where the data can be shared or the convicts can be transferred. Finally, some treaties, but not necessarily the one that we talked about, have complaint and enforcement mechanisms. So if a state is not happy with the way another state is implementing the treaty, they can complain and enforce the obligations of that state. So those were examples of how countries in this region, in the Gulf and in the Arab world, cooperated to help improve cybercrime laws across the region. And I think maybe there are lessons in that experience that we can use to help improve another area of law that relates to cybersecurity, which is data protection. If you think of cybercrime law is a law that prohibits people from using illegal acts, but data protection law relates to how somebody might legitimately have the data of someone, but then misuse it. Data protection laws are also very important to all countries because they set good practices for collecting data. They require some states, like some domestic laws, allow the data controller to only collect the data for a certain period of time and not anymore. And in some places, when there is a data breach under the data protection law, you have to report the breach to the authorities and inform the data subject. For all these reasons, having a data protection law is obviously extremely important to all countries from a cybersecurity perspective. To understand the issues that we have with data protection laws in the region, we can look at some examples that will show us how the data protection laws in this region are actually not very mature, and countries are still experimenting, trying to figure out what to do with them. Not all countries in the region have data protection laws. Many laws in this region were only effective maybe this year. Some countries say, like in Oman, we do have a data protection law, but we do not have a regulation, which makes it impossible for us to implement the law. Also, many states in this region claim that their data protection laws were based on best international practices and are comparable to the GDPR, but a closer look will show you that it is not really that way. So we look at two specific aspects of data protection laws and how they differ from one country to the next. So there is this issue of whether or not data protection laws actually apply to the government. In Qatar, the law applies to the government, but there is a very specific exemption for official statistics. In Bahrain, the law applies to the government, but there is a specific exemption for national security activities. So if you are like the Bahraini government, you are expected to implement the law. However, in Oman, there is an exemption for national security, but all data collection by the government for official government functions is actually exempt. And the UAE is very similar to Oman, where there is an exemption for data government and like data collection by government entities. So this means that in Bahrain and Qatar, the government is actually an actor and like a subject somehow of the data protection law. But in Oman and the UAE, the government is actually not part of the data protection framework. And given the extent of how governments in this region play a very big role in the daily lives of people, this makes the experience of this law in real life extremely different in these countries. So imagine healthcare, education, which are government functions largely in this region, the experience would be totally different. Another example that we can see on how the laws in this region really differ is by looking at the rights granted to data subjects. Like our colleague from Cisco mentioned, one of the big concerns of data subjects, or one of the biggest benefits people see, is how they can opt out of automated decisions by AI. However, this issue is not regulated by all data protection laws in this region. In Bahrain and UAE, there's a specific provision that says you can object to decisions made through automation technologies. But in Qatar and Oman, this matter is not regulated at all. And this just shows you that even the rights granted to individuals under these laws are actually extremely different. And I think the lesson here is that why are these laws different, and how can we look at these differences in a different way? Maybe some people can see these differences as weaknesses or as flaws in these laws that could have been addressed if we worked together as a region in developing these laws, the same way we worked in developing our cybercrime laws. And my closing thoughts here are basically three. Number one, when we think of cooperation in the area of lawmaking, cooperation can take place differently using different forms. So it can be a legally binding treaty, or it can be a model law that countries can use for assistance. But there are also other forms. So it can be a basic principles, or it can also be bilateral agreements. And even in regard to the content of what we're trying to collaborate, it can be just like general provisions or actual tangible cooperation, such as the exchanges we have under the Arab Treaty for Combating Cybercrime. Secondly, cooperation can take place at many different venues. The examples that I showed were the GCC, where it's a platform for the GCC countries to collaborate, and there is also the Arab League. But obviously, there are many different venues, like the ITU, or something specific for Africa, or something specific for Asia, or something that spans multiple countries like ALCO. Finally, when we think of cybersecurity and the laws that we need to work together to improve, cybercrime is not the only one. There is obviously data protection laws that need a lot of work, but there are also new areas of law that we should consider, such as the laws that will govern the use of AI. Thank you very much, and I hope you found this interesting.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is day 4 of the Regional Cybersecurity Week right here in the beautiful city of Abu Dhabi. And now we come on to a short 10-minute coffee break. And when we come back, we get straight into our next panel titled Cybersecurity Innovation, Public and Private Partnerships. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a quick 10-minute break, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats in preparation for our next panel. Kindly take your seats in preparation for our next panel. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of the final day of the Regional Cybersecurity Week right here in Abu Dhabi. And moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next panel, titled Cybersecurity Innovation, Public and Private Partnerships. This panel will be moderated by the ARCC Oman CERT. Please help me welcome to the stage with a warm round of applause, Dr. Haytham Al-Hajri. Come on up, please, sir. All right, and our first panelist for this panel will be the group cybersecurity director at Telecom Egypt. Please help me. Put your hands together for engineer Ahmed Helmi. Come on up, sir. And next up, we have the Chief Information Security Group at Hapner Group from France joining us here. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Tariq Mohammed. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Chief Information Officer for Cybersecurity from Brunei. Please welcome to the stage with a warm round of applause, Mr. Azman Arifin. Come on up, sir. And our fourth panelist is the Director at Trusted Advisory and Risk Services, CPX, in the United Arab Emirates. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage once again, Mr. Ibrahim Al-Abid. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, is the Regional Manager Gulf Mandiant Google. Please put your hands together with a warm round of applause for Mr. Hatem Ali. Come on up, sir.
Testing? Okay. Well, welcome to almost to the end of this day, and we have a perfect panel here today to talk about public-private partnerships. And the collection of our speakers here are amazing, and we're going to share a wealth of knowledge. And due to the limited time, I'm trying to keep it very basic. And hopefully, we have good questions as well to elaborate even furthermore. So what I'll do is I'll ask a couple of generic questions, and then we take it from there. Today, when we talk about public-private partnership and how it is important for us in this modern world to share information, but with the restriction that happening with the privacy issues and the challenges, what do you think the best way to deal with public-private partnership, and what are the challenges today that we can address to smooth this transition? Ahmed, what's your opinion on it?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Haitham, for your question, and let me start with to thank ARCC and the UAE Cyber Security Council for this event. And back to your questions regarding to the public and private partnership and the challenges to maximize the benefits in the area and of cooperation between the public and private. So we have in this area, first of all, the cooperation and collaboration between public and private area. It's one of our cornerstones in the cybersecurity industry. Also, we can address that through many factors that we can use, like that in the area of, you know, that the public usually representing the government, private representing the industry, and both of them are working and representing usually the critical information infrastructure in the country. So the collaboration in this area should be in many factors, like the exchanging the expertise, exchanging the information, building centers for innovations, many areas that can we address in this area. It's very important, and we cannot go forward in the cybersecurity innovation without this partnership.
Thank you, Ahmed. It's truly important to address this challenge, especially now. We don't talk about cooperation or public-private partnership within one country. We talk about it also in international level, and what ARCC is doing today, putting together such events. Us also here collaborating and talking, meeting with our colleagues and friends, and discussing further information about the partnership. Tariq, you think the partnership today, it's important not only to address the challenges around the world or between entities and governments, but also to enrich the country. Do you think this partnership will foster to have more growth or adapting new companies to enhance cybersecurity industry development?
Without talking about partnership between public and private, you cannot talking about cybersecurity, because the partnership it's very important, because without sharing the challenge of public sector, you cannot finding a response from private sector.
Yes, true.
Yes.
And the challenges also with it. For example, if we want to talk about information sharing,
yes.
Let's ask Mr. Azzam. What do you think from your experience as Chief Information Officer in Brunei? Do you think the collaboration is easy between public and private partnership? And what the challenging issue that you could face on this public-private partnership? Because I understand sometimes you have information that you think, I don't want to share it with anyone. I want to keep it tight with me. What's your take?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I think in Brunei perspective, we do have the same problem that all of the other countries have, which is related to confidentiality, information sharing. But normally when we do a partnership with the companies, between the company and the government, for example, you will share some information, confidential information, critical information. This has been one of the bottlenecks of having an effective collaboration or partnership. And then there's another angle. In another angle, you will have a different level of sensitivity. If you are talking about collaboration with the law enforcement, then there will be a different area. If talking about other areas, they're going to be finance is a different area. So I don't have the proper answer to the question because we're having the same problem, but there are other ways to make it effective. There are other ways, for example, we have to introduce a legislation to push people to share information. There's some countries, they do it based on trust. So we are based on trust. We don't legislate people to share information between the two partnerships. So that's what I think as far as the partnership is concerned. Thank you.
So that's one way to look at it. We have a guest, please.
Yes, may I interrupt real quick?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more panelist that we failed to mention, but nevertheless, we still want to get him up here. And please, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome him with a warm round of applause because he has traveled overseas. Let me introduce to you the co-founder and chairman of Trust Decision, Mr. Jackal Ma. Have a seat, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jackal, for joining us finally all the way. And I'll get back to you after addressing the pending challenge. I was going to say that one of the basic way to control information sharing is sometimes it's simple an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, or an NDA, I mean. And that's the ongoing way to do it faster. Like in a meeting, okay, we will share this information now, but put a hold or clause on that. And we don't want to share it now outside, but pending further agreement and so on. As Mr. Ibrahim, as an advisor, what do you think now we're in a world of technology, freedom of speech, and we cannot really control kind of information. And I'm sure we had all experiences. Sometimes there is a secret news, but suddenly it's all over the digital social media, right? But sometimes it's not 100% true. What do you think today we can do to really be effective public-private partnership, and how we can share this information freely without affecting any security clause on it?
Thank you for the question. I think you kept the most difficult question and the tricky one to me. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Assalamu alaikum everyone again. Ibrahim Al-Abed, CPX, United Arab Emirates. Pleasure being with you all, and thank you once again, ARCC, Cybersecurity Council of UAE, ITU, and everyone who made this beautiful event happen, and of course the panelists. Now, I would say from a Triple P perspective, definitely the private sector could be in a position to leverage a lot of the emerging technologies, a lot of the innovation. For example, today we're talking about generative AI, we're talking about advanced machine learning, advanced algorithms that really can mimic a lot of what can happen in neural networks and beyond. And that actually can help us to go beyond the classical means of, let's say, doing any deep packet inspection or any text inspection or any maybe voice inspection, voice recognition, OCR, image recognition, and all of that. And it could be multiple languages, especially, for example, if it's in Arabic. It's a right to left language, it's written differently. So there's a lot of things that need to be looked at from an algorithm perspective of what can be leveraged in terms of the next step. So those days, even if you think about it even from a DLP, data leakage prevention perspective, you mentioned about the control of flow information from an ISP or regulatory perspective. The days of using or sticking to keywords, regular expressions, all of that are really gone. No matter how many, let's be honest, no matter how much you fine-tune the policies, the algorithms around keywords, regex, you're going to have a lot of false positives. You're going to have a lot of noise, let alone the false negatives, which is really the blind spot where we can't see the things that should need to be detected or prevented, pardon me. So I believe there is a lot of to be innovated around that area, especially with the potential of progressive and advanced artificial intelligence that can be really looked at and leveraged on. Thank you.
Well, you have taken it to the next level with including AI and language barriers sometimes. Understanding that could be a challenge. But we have Mandian from Google, and I guess all our data in Google, right? So if we want to control our information and information sharing, we should ask Google to intervene. So I think we put you on the spot, Hatem.
Oh, thanks. Well, absolutely. Information sharing is something crucial at Google. So we think that democratizing security expertise and the benefits that can come out of artificial intelligence, especially for the cybersecurity use case, is one of the core principles at Google Cloud Security and Mandiant going forward. And we've been working throughout this year and past year, and we're going to announce more in 24 and beyond, on principles of applying artificial intelligence in the cyber industry. And we've been working with multiple governments worldwide on such initiatives. Because, let's face it, the cyber industry has a challenge with the expertise and the enough professionals working in space. And historically, the private sector was more successful attracting talent and also been more successful in developing technologies. And the cyber challenge being the big challenge it is, it really needs public-private partnership. It can't, work. The public, domain cannot act on its own, and the private domain cannot act on its own. So we really believe in that partnership, and we think we'll share with the community and the world more effective use cases for taking that battle together against the bad guys.
It's true. You highlighted a very critical issue is the pool of talents that we need to accumulate and also to keep, right? So you could hire someone today because the shortage globally, but what you have to do to keep that resource for you, to keep that talent locally for you, public-private partnership could solve that problem because we are sharing the same resources, we're sharing the pool of expertise, and here we're trying as well to localize the talent, and we have a good base of that issue. Well, we want to take decisions, right? And join us, Mr. Jekyll, the co-founder or chairman of Trust Decision. So we need to have a trusted decision. What's your intake in deciding also a public-private partnership, sharing this information, and how to control it? Again, including AI to the mix, and with a global shortage of talents who could manage this information. I mean, the talent is with me today, but tomorrow he's going to a competitor or something. How can I ensure that the secrets he was exposed to can be secrets?
Well, when I first started this company in 2013, something in my mind, really is what's the right thing to do for the world? I have established the concept of a global trust intelligence network.
Okay.
So we actually have a lot of expertise and patents around device intelligence. And right now, I think we, on the average, have 7 or 8 billion devices and related intelligence that's flowing through me every day. And basically, we can analyze these intelligence and have a bird's eye view to really tackle this problem for everyone, even though I'm from the private sector. So example of that is, we talk about a lot of cybersecurity attack, but the last mile of cybersecurity attack is, how am I going to monetize? So with that, we use our global trust intelligence network telling you that, hey, I've seen this. This is one of the device farm in that country that we have seen before. Or, okay, this is a collusion fraud that somebody is trying to really monetize from the data that they get. However, they are trying to use that social engineering on an elderly person. And this elderly person is doing a call on the phone, being instructed to transfer money. And all these things are happening at the same time at the devices that we think is suspicious. So all this global intelligence, we can work together and like give it to the public. And our additional work with public sector is we actually trained a lot of law enforcement officers because this monetization of the cybersecurity threat actually go to the branches as well. They ask the elderly people, you go to the branches and transfer this money because after all the social engineering that they got, they do that. And then like the law enforcement like officer get the alert because of our systems. They go on site and say, hey, you don't transfer the money because that's not right. Your son is not in danger and so on. So we also help training a lot of the law enforcement like officers on how to deal with this type of situations in countries like that. So I think the last mile is very interesting, and I think like there's a lot of private-public cooperation that we can see.
Of course, since you touched down in the law enforcement, that brings us to the legal and law requirement. Public-private partnership also have to look at the several legal and ethical concerns. I mean, yes, we would love to share information with the next guy. We would love to hear what his thoughts. But sometimes I'm thinking in the background, well, if I'm helping him, I mean, helping a company to grow more, what is my benefit? He will do more sales, right? And then he will benefit more. For example, as a government entity, I'm using a software solution. Do you think with that public-private partnership, you will enhance the tool? I mean, let's face it, tools maybe could solve 60% of my problems, but we want to raise the bar to 70, 80, or maybe 90%. Only that can happen with customization. So the tool comes, doesn't fit your company 100%. So Ahmed, what do you think? You're coming from a different background, like government, and you came also private sector. So you look at the coin from two sides.
Yes, the private sector and public sector in this area especially, each one in the relation should rely on win-win relation.
Yes.
Okay.
Win-win.
So the public sector should put the strategy, rules, frameworks to work and decide, and also put and decide what kind of relation should be maintained between the public and the private sector. Also, one of the main mandates for the public sector is to encourage the private sector and support them, especially the startups. Like we have in Egypt, we have an agency, a government agency specialized to help and serve the startups, especially in different projects, especially in cybersecurity. And the government fund these projects and supporting them, even by expertise, supporting the ideas, helping them to be, as you said, to be a big company than the startup. So in the area, this is from the public sector perspective. Also, the public sector needs should be addressed in the private sector. Okay, so this is from the public sector perspective, and from the private sector perspective, the private sector should be willing to build trust with the public sector, because without that trust, they cannot continue furthermore. Also, they have to have a very good caliber with a higher experience to continue their projects and to support the public sector.
True. That means transparency, trust is a key to building this relationship and partnership as well with public and private sector. And Mr. Jekyll Ma, with his as a co-founder, he looked into this and he put in the mix the artificial intelligence part of it. I mean, trying to beat the criminals where they say go to the branches, hoping that the branches are less secure than the main big offices. It's a smart idea from their side, but he already tackled that. Tariq, because you have been you worked in a different categories, and you were from the ARCC part, and you have seen public-private partnership. You have been in different countries teaching them the ways of cybersecurity and that. What do you feel we are missing? And from your experience, you traveled around the world, you worked with different companies. What do you think is the enabler? What the best part of business, public-private partnership in enhancing businesses?
For the best way to have a good relation between public and private sector, it's the challenge. It's how to define the challenges of public sector, because when you we cannot just define the challenge for today, because when for example today define the roadmap of challenge and communicate with the private sector, you cannot you need life cycle for R&D and development and finding a solution. For this reason, you must define the future challenge to respond in good time, because challenge and cybersecurity, you must respond in real time. It's not just respond on the for a question, all the question or all the issue.
Okay, so the key here also, when you go, you need to know what the problem is. So sitting down, talking to the with public and private sector together, what are the challenges? Because you cannot really predict what their problem will be after 1 year or 6 months. So it's an ongoing conversation and building trust on that part. And also when you want to go, you have to audit them, you have to, to find out what their critical issue, tackle that first and then move to the next one and next one. Going to the experience from Brunei, do you think there are legal consolidation or legal frameworks that put in place by Brunei from the experience? Also, when we come before signing a public-private partnership, do you look at the legal between that company? Maybe that company has branches in 50 countries, so they have almost different versions of the laws. Do you contribute on making it easier to localize it, or you just add to an international law? Or what's your intake in that?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I think for Brunei perspective, we normally, in the government, we normally do product and services in contractual form. In the contractual form, there will be some caveat for non-disclosure, and that non-disclosure will encompass all the multinational companies as well. But I think apart from that, there are other challenges, not just in the legislation to protect or to preserve the security, the information security, but there are other areas that we need to cover. For example, the issue of the what do you call it? The main objective of the partnership. What is the end point of the partnership? If you are talking about partnership related to cybersecurity, so we are looking at the function of the protect, to detect, to defer, or to respond, or to recover, for example. Those are the basic framework of cybersecurity. So when looking at the objective of what we're going to do, then we have to look into that. So after that, we look into areas whether you are trusting them or not. So if you have a difficulty to trust, but you have that's the only available option that you have, then of course the legislation comes in. You use the legislation, a contractual basis between the two partners, to ensure that the safeguarding of the information. So, but it's still a challenge if you have a multinational companies because different countries have different legislation. But hopefully there's some solution from this panel as well. Thank you.
That's also it different from one country to another, but how they tackle it inside usually have to play with regularity and compliance as well. Since you are the government, you could modify that regularity and compliance, but sometimes as a company, it's a bit difficult. And here, Mr. Ibrahim, I know as a company, you have to adhere to the local compliance and regularity. How do you think those compliance and regularity affect how to move forward? Are they shackles to keep you down, or are they enabling you to further expand your services? What do you think?
Absolutely, it's a great question. I'm glad you asked that because absolutely it enables us. There is always, as we say, a risk and opportunity in everything we do. From a regulatory perspective, it opens a lot of horizons in terms of, you know, a PPP opportunity to work with the government, you know, at federal level, at government level, to look into a lot of, you know, areas of collaboration around assurance. So let me give a few examples. We could be looking at, let's say, establishing a GRC scorecard. We could be looking at a self-assessment mechanism for organizations to do risk and control self-assessment. We could be looking at even training needs analysis that could be kind of maybe semi-automated or at least digital enabled to be put in the, on a platform. You know, my colleague also mentioned around the talent acquisition, how we can have talent around not just cyber, but even digital. To ensure that if we would like to secure something, the next generation should understand what that something is. I can't be securing blockchain or emerging technologies, drones, anything as small or as big as it could be, without understanding what are the artifacts from an architecture perspective of that particular thing I'm trying to secure. So there could be a lot of areas that we can tap on, you know, from the classical assessments, whether they are gap assessments, risk assessments, control evaluation, control maturity assessments, all the way to having, you know, IT and IS balance scorecards, and all the way to even measuring maturity of certain organizations, even sectorially, by the way. It could be a sectorial level. And it doesn't have to be all the way a score of, let's say, 4.7 out of 5 or 3.2 out of 5. It could be meaningless for, let's be honest, for the non-SMEs. So that's where we could be looking at quantitative measures. So we could be, you know, looking at risk quantification and even control evaluation in terms of quantifiable means to give a certain dollar value or AED value, dirham value, dinar value, and all of that. So I think there could be a lot to be done on that area. And last but not least, if you allow me to mention that, those frameworks open a lot of space to build a lot of things post the assessment phase. Because if we assess something or we measure something, it's for the sake of improving it for a continual improvement. Building centers of excellence to look into the talent. Engineer Ahmed mentioned something very beautiful about the incubation to encourage, you know, the next entrepreneurs, to encourage R&D, right? To create more researchers, more white papers, and you never know when there could be a private funding or a government funding to that idea to materialize and become a reality. So a lot, you know, can be done in that area. CPX, for example, is helping a lot of organizations, not just in UAE, even around the world, to build a lot of pillars in terms of center of excellences around the academic level, even the vocational training, the professional non-academic trainings, the incubation houses, and the accelerators, and also the R&D hubs. We need to encourage those in a gamified way. It's not just about the what, but it's about the how to deliver that thing. And this is here an example, a great example of what UAE Cybersecurity Council have established, which is the pulse that shows the 7 Emirates and the 8 cities around UAE of how we can show the cause and effect model by hacking or a breach or by a human error or by malware of what can go wrong at a city level or at a location level or at country level. So I believe we need a lot of, you know, more and, you know, more of these great ideas to be flourished around the world, inshallah. Thank you.
It's indeed, you talked and touched a very critical aspect, which enabling the next generation and enabling those smart ideas to become products on its own And since you're coming from a risk background, you're calculating risk and factors and trying to get that sweet formula or sweet spot where you save money, in the same time you don't compromise a lot on the availability of the system and so on. And talking about that, I want to add into the mix the intellectual property. I mean, information sharing, we would love to support the next generation, but Mandian and Google, and what do you think if you talking, I know you listen to smart ideas every day, but who takes the initiative to take that smart idea to become a reality? And how intellectual property plays in. Sometimes you hold back because you think, okay, my smart idea can be stolen, right? Or sometimes it just comes by a qualitative efforts. It's not one person idea, it's the group's idea. How we can protect that intellectual property? What's your view on this?
Excellent question. So one of the, I wouldn't say challenges, but the obstacles toward a broader public-private partnership is how we're going to treat innovation, information, and data. In one way, you can think about cybersecurity as a data problem. The government have a lot of data. The private sector have a lot of data. The government think the data is confidential for security reasons, and the private sector think the data is confidential for them because of the intellectual property. So that's an area we need to think about and we work on so that that private partnership, public-private partnership flourish and go forward. And indeed, some of the breakthroughs in AI can solve that problem for us because we can exchange information and work together without really revealing the confidentiality from one side or the intellectual property from the other side, and make sure we address the use case at hand efficiently and in fast manner. That's one thing. The other thing is that the private sector is always open for new ideas because private sector lives on innovation, right? That's how the private sector flourish. And the governments worldwide want to innovate more in cybersecurity specifically because the problem is, keep expanding and there's more innovation need to be in place. So that's another really big area for us, at least at Google, that we look for all new ideas and we keep investing by educating, providing, access to resources. We have a special unit that looks at what we call digital natives, which is startups, to support them, new businesses, give them resources to, expand and have a way or access to fund needed to flourish. I don't see any reason why can't we take that into cybersecurity, especially in this part of the world. There's plenty of good ideas and plenty of need for us to take that forward.
It's true. I mean, the natives, they're going to start something, maybe becomes major in the future, and they become a major player. And that will enhance the cybersecurity development. I mean, as cybersecurity, it touches everything that is digital. We want to build trust in e-transformation. How? We want to show them that we have cybersecurity, not as just consumers of products, but through the partnership, we are enhancing those products. We are localizing this talent, and it helps grow the digital economy of the country. I mean, starting cybersecurity projects or starting company, it helps the nation grow more and build confidence as well. Like the public who lives in that specific country, when they see that a local company becomes global and their security solutions touches everywhere, it's something to be proud of. And that takes us to the use of the technology. How ethical is it? I mean, you said you have a company that deals with a lot of smaller companies or sub-franchises. Now, as a company, what the ethical use of this technology? I'm afraid really with AI. Some people, when you talk to them about AI, they relate immediately to old movies when they see AI takes over the world, and maybe it's a reality. What the ethical use of this information? Can I trust the machine to only monitor certain things and not to spy on me? And how can I really limit the machine to not go further? What's your intake since you are in this business?
Well, this is very interesting. I'm actually finishing my book on what I call the Decision Bureau.
Decision Bureau, that's
So,
good.
like, really, right now, when we are looking at all the generative AI that, like, of the world and so on, not a lot of people are thinking about, okay, should that be regulated? And, like, frankly, I think after a while, I'm arguing within myself, okay, if you regulate it too much, you kill it. But if you don't regulate, it's going to be pretty dangerous, right?
Sure.
So I strongly believe the government, the public sector actually need to come up with ways to regulate. Like people start going around asking AI for different decisions and you don't know which one is right and you don't know which one is wrong. And then data being collected and you really need to make sure these AI really use those data as they say. Like data are collected with a specific reason for a specific usage for a specific period of time, and all those need to be observed and you cannot violate that. Otherwise, you violate your authorizations. All these things need to be there, and I think there are great technologies these days to protect us, and on the other hand, we just need to be regulated. A lot of people hate it when I say that because people say that, hey, AI open and free world and we can do a lot of things and so on. But I strongly believe, that's why I'm writing the book, is I believe that it needs to be regulated. So
it's true.
And Haitham, if you don't mind me interrupting you, I just want to add here, AI is not going to replace people. We don't have enough people to start with in cybersecurity. That's one thing. The other thing is that when you look at the type of attacks we're facing today, they're so complex that even the existing workloads of the cyber teams are not going to scale without some automation to make sense of all the big data related to cyber to make decisions. So, yeah, we need to scale because the other side is scaling up and the type of campaigns we're up against are extremely complex. It takes a lot of data sets to make decisions. And if we don't leverage AI, our ability to defend ourselves is going to diminish over time. So AI, I think, or machine learning to be more specific, is going to be part of everything we do in cyber that aids the teams to make decisions with the limited resources they have today.
Always when we talk about AI, it opens up different versions of our understanding. Some are true believers, some are non-believers of the AI. But yes, I believe that we need to control it. We need to give escalation privileges as well. Like instead of going to the next level, there is a human interaction who should understand the direction where the AI is going. We don't want to let it run wild and free. But deploying that artificial intelligence and how ethical for me to use it, Ahmed, what do you think the artificial and ethical use of it? I mean, I know schools are happy, they do their assignments in 2 minutes, right? But let's talk on the other side.
But we can also, I'm totally agree with you, but we can also, looking from the other side, what happened, just I'm thinking, what happened if the automatic vehicle, which is using the AI to take the decision, cause an accident? So who's responsible?
Yes.
Our laws, regulations, till now, the responsibility on the human, and the human has no intervention in this, okay? So I think we need to looking for these issues before, because AI is coming, and it is already exist, but we need to looking back and thinking about the responsibilities in this area. Regarding how ethical in the schools, universities, I think as there is an AI tools help the student to do their assignments, although there is an AI tools to discover that there is other AI tools used to build these assignments. So there is no, I think in this area there is no problem, but the problem in the other areas.
And I want to tell you something. There is an anti also assignment finder. So it can trick also the schools into finding out that it's a whole new world in there. And I just want to move forward. Tariq, what do you think about the laws and regulation? I mean, with laws and regulation in public-private partnership and how to control it with the mixed AI, do you think, are we ready for it or not ready?
Yes, it's a very important chapter to treat this very big problem, really, because the legal framework generally and the future industry and advanced industry is not
ready fully 100%.
You have a gap now. For addressing the legal and ethical concern require careful planning. Also, legal expertise, very expertise legal, and also
can you put it closer?
Commitment from all party, from all stakeholders, from public or private sector. And you must put a standard for this industrial, advanced industrial, like
especially industrial control systems with AI also.
Yeah, and with the standard with high integrity and transparency and accountability also.
Yes, it's true. It's really interesting panel. I'm just looking at the time. We have only 2 minutes. I want to touch into last final one. What do you think about coordination and communication? How effective are they in public-private partnership? From your experience, or Brunei experience, or global experience, how effective do you think we need to coordinate furthermore into the public-private partnership? And today, I mean, we touched down into a lot of things. What's your intake in there? And mind, though, that we have less than 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. As far as I can think of, when we create a partnership between two organizations, the way how you are project managed between the two is different. So the people will not be the people who are doing supervision on the top-down approach will not be able to do it with a partnership. So there will be a shift in the type of people that will be coordinating with the other side. So I'll just want to stop that for a while so that, to give more weight for others. Thank you.
Sure. We're just going to give one more room for Mr. Ibrahim. Through the communications in public-private partnership, and we clarify things because ambiguity sometimes creates problems, and sometimes, especially in the region, we don't want to say what we really want to say in the meeting and makes it longer. Do you think we have to have transparency as a key in this factor?
Absolutely, yes. And I think a lot of the people who worked with me, they know that I'm famous for the zero assumption policy, up and beyond the zero trust. So we cannot assume anything. We need to ask the 7 whys in anything we do, whether triple P wise or whatever wise. I believe if we let any assumption to be clarified or not to be made as a wild assumption, everything will be transparent and everything will be put in, as ink to paper and to be properly controlled and governed. Thank you.
Well, I think we have touched down in many aspects, and I think we need a whole conference about public-private partnership and how effective it is and why it's the key moving forward, not only for the nation benefits, but also it enhances digital economy, digital business development, regularity. We talked about law, we talked about the new technologies and how ethical can we go with it and the use and the abuse of the technology. We want to leave one question for the crowd, if there are any, and to move on to the next session, I guess, and to keep it on time. I guess there is a question with Dr. Lina, if we can have the mic for her,
Yes,
please.
coming. Just raise your hand, please.
Thank you for this very interesting panel, but I would need to highlight something. Artificial intelligence is not artificial and it is not intelligence. So it is a human-made, and this to raise awareness about the legal aspects and responsibility. And there's a very important part which is about lawful collection of evidence. If we are unable to make sure, very dangerous to draft laws. So just I wanted to highlight this and never forget about that.
Thank you for your interception and for your valuable input. And yes, it's a human-made, and it's only intelligence because we allow it to control certain information. Yes, thank you very much. Any other questions from the crowd? There is a question here with Ms. Amal.
Hi, this is Amal Saeed from Oman National CERT. Dr. Haytham and the prestigious panelists, thank you very much for the informative discussion. I'm just thinking about how important is it for us to discuss about the public-private partnership whenever we talk about the subject of cyber security innovation ecosystem. However, in reality, I believe there is a gray area of who will do what, and also what's the responsibility of the public sector and the private sector from the other side, and also in between the academia organizations too. So could any of the prestigious panelists just elaborate on this? I know in reality, we just think about who will do the funding, who will talk about the subject of regulations or so on. But in reality, I think there should be someone, just one organization in the government, in private, in academia, I have no idea. Maybe you can elaborate on this. Who should own the subject of managing the cybersecurity innovation in a country or in a region? For you.
I think it's multiple point question, but we want to see which one of the panelists would like to tackle that one. We give it to the brightest one, huh?
Want me to comment on government business?
Yes, Hatem, please. But we have very few seconds, please. Thank you.
Well, the government have there's more panelists here can talk about government better than me, but I think the government should regulate the general scene by putting in legal and technical and compliance requirements for the industry to adhere to. Depends on the type of sector you're in, how that's critical to the, to the infrastructure of the country, and so forth. And also provide assistance and guidance so that all elements of the chain get some assistance to mature along their journey of cybersecurity maturity. It's also not just the government responsibility, it's a shared responsibility. It's the community responsibility.
It's not one seat.
It's not one seat.
It's a whole club.
The unique thing about cybersecurity is that it flourished to a point that it started to reach the national security concern, but it's still widely civilian and big part of it in the private sector. So it's quite unique challenge, which require all of us to work together.
Thank you very much.
Under the guidance of the government.
Sorry,
can I add
Ahmed,
just,
quick one.
especially in innovation, I totally agree with Hatem. In innovation, especially innovation, your sky is your limit. So every organization and in every industry should have their innovation team in the area of the cybersecurity, as well the technical team in the cybersecurity. In the government, it's responsible, as Hatem said, about the regulations, laws, and policies. And also, it has a role to encourage the entrepreneur and the new industry and the innovation for the whole industry.
All right, thank you very much. I think we took a lot of time, and I'm sorry for that, but we want to keep the schedule running.
It was well worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Can we get photography, please? Photography. Photographer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the end of our agenda. We are down to our last two sessions. So in about 30 minutes, I would say, we would come to the end of our schedule for today. Now, moving on, everyone, our next session is titled The Future of Cybersecurity. Is it AI-driven or human-led? This session will be delivered by the Executive Director at Mandiant. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me put your hands together and welcome to the stage Mr. Sohrab Hariz. Come on up, sir.
Sorry, everyone. I can. Okay, good. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Audible. Hi, everyone. I am Saurabh Harit. I lead the proactive security team, or the RED team, at Mandiant, which is part of Google now. And we are here to talk about the future of threat intelligence. Is it going to be AI-driven or human-led? Something about me, I've been in the cybersecurity industry for about 18 years. I used to lead the RED team at Mandiant Canada, and been in the region for about 2.5 to 3 years. Before I start, I would like to say my thanks to CSC for organizing this amazing event and then giving me the opportunity to present here. Right, so let's start with a quiz. In the next few slides, you will see two images on the screen. One of them is a real person, and the other one is fake person created by an artificial intelligence model, right? So if you could just play along and think, let me know which one do you think is the real and which one is fake. Any ideas? Is the gentleman on the left is real or fake? Real. Who thinks that the person on the right, the little girl, is she real or fake? Raise some hands. For real. Can we raise it? Okay. It's actually the person on the left-hand side. The human on the left-hand side is the real one. And sometimes the giveaway could be the different colors in two different eyes, but that's just a condition called heterochromia or something. Yeah. But the little girl on the right-hand side is generated by AI. Any guesses? Who thinks that the Asian person on the left is real? Who thinks that the lady on the right is real? All right. So the one on the left is generated by AI. And last one, just play along with me one last time. One of them is generated by AI, and the other one is my dog. Which one do you think is my dog? The one on the left? All right. It's actually the one, if you guess the one on the right, that's right, so well done. But it's the one on the right is my dog, and is just a proof of it. The other one was generated by AI. Right. So, I mean, the quiz was obviously for fun, but it started to demonstrate how powerful the AI is beginning to be. If AI can generate or get that close to mimicking real life, we wonder what the implication of the AI in the field of cybersecurity would be. So we'll take a look at the threat landscape, how it's evolving now that the bad actors or malicious actors are starting to adopt artificial intelligence. We'll take a look at what opportunities we have as defenders leveraging artificial intelligence, what are some of the first steps that organizations are taking, and what we can expect from the future. Right? For example, take a look at the code here. Is there anyone in the room who can tell me what this code is doing? Is there anyone in the room who can tell me that they can figure out in next 10 minutes what this code is doing? I can't. All right, so let's give it a rest. We'll move to the next slide, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes to this code and see what it does. All right. So let's take a look at the threat landscape first. Okay? Let's see what the bad guys are leveraging AI for. Right? First and foremost, it's social engineering. Okay? Phishing emails is something that we all receive these days pretty much on a daily basis, and most of us will not fall for it easily. Right? Most of us can easily tell the difference between a real legitimate email versus a phishing email. But have you thought about it? Those traits, those cues that we use to tell the difference between a legitimate email and a phishing email are exactly the ones that can easily be rectified and even perfected with a large language model. Right? If you take a look at this particular email, for example, this could be one of the two things. One is that it is a legitimate email just written by someone who doesn't speak English that properly, which is completely fair, right? Or it is a phishing email by an attacker who didn't put a lot of effort into creating this email, right? But if you receive such a phishing email, unless you know the person who is sending the email, you're most likely going to send it to trash, right? I hope. Now, let's take a look at this AI-generated phishing email. I literally just typed 2 words, invoice reminder, in a large language model, and this email came up. Gen AI or large language models are perfect for creating phishing emails because all you're doing is generating authentic, real content, right? So there's nothing malicious about invoice reminder. It's a completely legitimate ask, and so any LLM model will create a content for you. And we all know that phishing emails work the best if they look and feel completely legitimate. Now, like the most important aspect of it is not just this particular email itself, right? Before artificial intelligence came along, attackers could automate certain parts of sending phishing emails, right? So they can automate the part where they're gathering user email, usernames, their names, so on and so forth. They could even automate the part of sending the email. So they could set up infrastructure in an automated manner by just writing a simple script. They could set up the mail server that will send out the email, so on and so forth. So they could automate certain aspect of the process of sending phishing emails. Right? Where they lagged or what they could not automate was sending an email that will be relevant to their receiver, right? So time is money when you are a cyber criminal, much like any other job, right? But so you can't spend unlimited amount of time in designing and creating malicious emails for each and every receptive, right? So the best part or the worst part about attackers leveraging AI is that using this piece of LLM, now they can scale the phishing campaigns. Now they don't have to worry about writing substandard phishing emails that most people will say, oh, this is not for me, or this is not relevant to me, and then move on or delete them. But with LLM, you can target multiple organizations, multiple nations, multiple people, and generate a phishing email that's relevant to them. You're already gathering information like their name, their last name, what their job function is, what company they work for, what department they are in. All that information can be gathered through different means like LinkedIn, for example, right? And once you already have that information, it becomes extremely easy for the bad guys to then create content for phishing that would be specific to people. So now imagine you receive an email, you're an HR at an organization, you receive a legitimate email applying for a job, well-polished, well-written email from someone, you most likely might get hit by that phishing campaign versus the more generic phishing email that was not relevant to you, right? But that's all is changing with Gen AI now because you are able to write bespoke phishing emails, right? So the whole process from start to finish can then be automated, which makes it scary. And we might enter a reality where we start getting too many malicious emails which are legitimate and which relate to us to an extent that we might have to enter into a state of zero trust, where we're not trusting any emails that we are getting until proven otherwise, or we personally know who's sending those emails. Right. As I said in the previous slide, that you don't need to have a malicious large language model. You can just use any large language model, such as Bard from Google or ChatGPT, and they will generate the content for you because you're generating authentic, legitimate content, right? But that doesn't mean that the malicious large language models do not exist. The best known one that we have seen so far is called WormGPT, and it is actively used by a number of threat actors that we are currently tracking, right? WormGPT is completely different from the models like Bard and ChatGPT in that it is purposefully built to support malicious use cases. They don't have any of the ethical parameters built in. Like, for example, if you try to get Bard to generate malicious or offensive content, it has ethical parameters built in, and it will not generate that content for you, right? But WormGPT does not have those parameters, and it's especially purposefully built for malicious activities and trained to generate phishing content. Right? Next is malware development. Malware generation is not something that we have seen that much in the wild, at least not to a level of sophistication that it worries us, but it is there, and there is potential for it, right? It does have significant, it does lower the barrier for an attacker to perform malicious operations. Right? So the disadvantage or the cons are twofold. One is that it becomes increasingly easy for anyone to create a malicious piece of malware using a large language model. And secondly, it then lowers the bar of entry for those who are looking to get into becoming a cyber criminal, right? So that is the most important part, two factors that we see that might happen leveraging artificial intelligence. But I think the most important contribution of Gen AI to malware creation is the one that we as defenders can also leverage and can dramatically speed up the coding process. I do a lot of coding myself in my job, and sometimes out of curiosity, sometimes out of necessity, and it just really helps because I can't know all the languages, and being into cybersecurity consulting, we quickly have to adapt to different technologies, different programming language, different environments, so on and so forth. So it definitely helps to sometimes just fire up Bard and then get Bard to help out with creating certain functions in certain languages. So in this example, you can see that how malware generation through large language model is becoming a hot topic, and how people are discussing how easy it is to generate or create a piece of malware. So there is a lot of content out there. Right. The last one is the information operation, or sometimes what we also refer to as information warfare. Right? This isn't going to directly affect your network security. It isn't going to affect your network infrastructure. But at a more macro, wider level, I think this is the one that worries me the most, because we've already seen how AI can be used to create deepfake videos, but not just that, not just deepfake videos, but deepfake news, deepfake voice, deepfake phone calls. Imagine receiving a phone call from someone pretending to be your bank, completely generated by an artificial intelligence, and it might be hard to not fall for it. Right? It's also very easy to generate fake news using large language models and AI models. And again, we might enter into a reality where these become so often that we start, again, distrusting the news that we see and that we hear, because we don't know if it's generated by AI or if it's real news. So it takes authenticity and trust away from the authentic sources of news and other means. Right? Here is a picture of which was completely fake, completely generated by an AI model spreading fake news of an explosion next to Pentagon, right? So now, again, going back to the scaling factor, right? It's not just that someone is able to create one image, one fake news, one fake video. It's about scaling those operations using large language model, which is what becomes worrisome, because then it becomes easier and anyone with minimal knowledge can perform these operations. All right, but not everything is bad news. There is some hope for defenders as well. So let's come back to this piece of code. So far, we have looked at what AI can potentially mean from the threat perspective, right? How the bad guys are using and potentially will use artificial intelligence in future. And beyond fake news and phishing, so far we haven't seen a whole lot going, but wider and more mature LLMs are coming up, and bad actors or malicious actors are sure to leverage those. Right, okay. So we are going to talk about 3 core domains from the defender's perspective. We're going to talk about threat, we're going to talk about toil, which is the extensive labor that goes into defending an infrastructure, and then talent, right? So let's take from the threat perspective. Let's take a look at this code again. And did anyone figure out what this code does? I didn't. Okay, it only goes to say that we're all humans in the room and there's no AI model here, so that's good news. But I mean, even if I had stayed on this slide because I had moved away, it would be hard to figure out in 10 minutes what this particular slide does, right? But luckily, we don't have to. This is actually an example so from real world. We were doing an investigation, and this piece of code came across by one of our incident responders, right? And because he was doing breach investigation, he didn't know what this piece of code does, right? And figuring out this piece of code could have taken extensive labor, time that we usually don't have during a breach investigation. So he used this code and fed it to Bard, and Bard broke it down and surely gave an answer for what this particular piece of code does. Right? So this script, it turns out that it is not malicious. It is used, turns out it's used to update script for devices that are managed by Microsoft Intune, right? So what it does is that it's a PowerShell script. It queries the software version, and then it compares that version with the online version and what the latest version is, and then outputs that. So it's not a malicious script at all, but imagine if someone had to spend a lot of time in figuring out how this code works, and during a breach investigation, this is just one example. There could be numerous pieces of code that you might have to analyze. So it definitely starts to alleviate some of the pain points of incident responders and help them speed up the process of breach investigation. This capability, by the way, is also built into VirusTotal now. Right. And so that was more from a reactive point of view. And then so let's take a look at what we can do from a proactive perspective, right? So again, an example from real world, one of our junior analysts wanted to write a Yara rule which to hunt down and detect a malware called TableFlip, right? But he's still a junior analyst, and he wasn't proficient in writing Yara rules. And it takes a lot of time in writing a good, effective Yara rule. So what he did was he took the piece of malware and he fed it to Bard, and then Bard outputted the Yara rule for that particular malware. It was as simple as that, and he didn't have to be proficient in writing Yara rules. Again, just another example of how much strenuous labor can be reduced using large language models for the defenders. But it also expands the talent and expertise of the whole IR team, which is a huge. Right? The idea of talent expansion doesn't just apply to writing Yara rules. It can also be applied to multi-tech environment. We recently did a breach investigation in an environment that was using multiple security operation centers with their own different tooling, which meant that each different tooling would also leverage a different query language. And that's a very common scenario for multinational organizations across the globe, that they may end up using multiple SOCs with multiple defensive security stack with multiple query language. And imagine in that kind of environment, how hard would it be for someone to write a piece of code to detect for malicious activity or indicator of compromise across multiple tooling, right? But again, if you can use a large language model to then generate a code for one technology and then translate that for other technologies, again, speeding up the process for whole investigation purpose. Okay. And the last one I wanted to highlight was tool creation. I end up writing a lot of tools, and again, sometimes you have to write a tool in PowerScript, sometimes in .NET, and new programming languages keep emerging. But again, leveraging Bard or any other large language model, you can easily create tool, not just for defending, but also I often interact with red teams or penetration testing team as well, and there's a need for writing scripts and code for different operations, and it becomes very easy by leveraging large language models to generate those capabilities. Again, the important part is that it really speeds up the operation on how you perform those operations. It reduces dwell time, and it expands the capability of the team, which is the best part of it. All right, so let's take a look at what the future holds, because we have talked about how attackers are using, how defenders are using AI. If we zoom in how threat intelligence teams use Gen AI in daily operations, it's best explained with the CTI lifecycle. And those of you, if you're not familiar with the CTI lifecycle, it essentially is the process that every analyst goes through during their investigation. It starts with planning, then collection, then normalization, analysis, production, decimation, and ultimately the next investigation starts at the same point, taking the result of the previous one, including the feedback into the account in the planning, right? So first we have to build a threat profile, and this is actually something that you can now do on Google platform. You can tell our threat profile creator what kind of organization you are, where you are based geographically, and what business do you do, and it will create this threat profile based on the parameters that you provide. Okay, so you are in UAE, you are a financial organization, so what kind of threats would apply to you the most? It will create that threat profile. We have also loaded our large language model with more than 30,000 Mandiant reports and more than 30 million indicators of compromise. That's a lot of data. So based on that, the model can determine what are the threats that you should most likely be hit by and you should most be worried about. Now, based on the threat profile, you can now determine what you're going to collect and focus on. And Gen AI can play a role at every stage of this life cycle. So collection, this is where you collect the data you want to analyze, and is crucial as always, but instead of just storing it on your laptops and loading it into a tool like Multigo, it gets loaded on dedicated security large language model. So now we have a model that's trained on exactly what we care about, on our specifically created threat profile, and any additional data that is continuously coming in. So new data is fed through our model for analysis, and anything that stands out that it knows is important to us, it will highlight that and alert us on those threat actors. This works especially well with what we call finished intelligence, because intelligence reports are long reports, but they can be integrated with LLM as well. Okay. Right, and that's about that's what we are looking at. That's how the future is shaping up for artificial intelligence as well. That model that you just saw, that security large language model, is called SecPalm2, and it is built into all Google security products, and that's a lot of data, and now includes Mandiant threat report data, but also everything from Chronicle, everything from VirusTotal, and a lot of open source security data, like what is available from Maitre and GitHub on public source. SecPalm2 is also capable of all those things that I just highlighted in my previous slide, and is why the summarization of capabilities are built in to support security jargon, which simply isn't present in like more generic large language models. Classification is only possible if the model knows how to read a code, even if that code is malicious or even just a partial code. So we have trained the model to do just that, and writing Yara queries and SIM queries for various technologies require specialization as well. Just like people can specialize in certain fields, so does this model and support you with more specialized threat hunting, threat intelligence, so on and so forth. Right, and I think this is my last slide. Again, to summarize, defenders increasingly face challenges in 3 different categories, and Gen AI, be it any large language model, is here to help. Threats, from the threat perspective, from the toil perspective, where defenders have to spend insane amount of hours and effort into generating Yara rules, generating code, etc. It can help with that. And finally, it helps with expanding the talent pool of your organization, because there's only so much people can learn, but then there's a lot of talent in the region, but AI just boosts that talent and expands the capabilities of the team. And that's it for me. Yeah. Any questions?
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up.
Thank you all. Thank you for listening.
That was Mr. Sarab Harit, the Executive Director at Mandia. Thank you very much, sir, for the insightful information. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our very last session of day 4 of the Regional Cybersecurity Week right here in the amazing city of Abu Dhabi. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for our last session, we have a little award ceremony that we're going to be having. Can I please welcome to the stage the Senior Vice President, International and Government Engagement at Cybersecurity of Malaysia. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Mohammed Samir Hashim. Come on up, sir.
of the Islamic International Collaboration Platform for Cybersecurity Experts, Information Security Professionals, and organizations dedicated to enhancing cybersecurity across the member countries of the OIC. Established in 2009, in response to the growing global threat in the digital landscape, OIC CERT plays a pivotal role in safeguarding the cyberspace and promoting regional and international cybersecurity cooperation. The main objective of this collaboration platform is to enhance cybersecurity, which is to foster a resilient and secure cyber environment among the OIC CERT member countries through information sharing, capacity building, and best practices dissemination. It also provides a venue for incident coordination where it can facilitate a timely exchange of cybersecurity incident information to mitigate threats effectively. Rapid and coordinated incident response will reduce the impact of cyber attacks. Among the activities is embarking on capacity building, which aggressively promote cybersecurity awareness and building technical capabilities through training program, workshop, and knowledge sharing. This will enhance the technical expertise, skills through the training and education programs. To be relevant, the OIC CERT conduct research and development to support research initiatives to develop cybersecurity solutions and technologies mainly tailored to the OIC CERT community needs. And finally, being a cross-border platform, establish collaboration to further strengthen international and regional cooperation with other CERTs, government agencies, and stakeholders to combat cyber threats. This is done by strengthening relationships with other CERTs, international organizations, and the private sector, fostering a global cybersecurity network leveraging on public-private partnership or cooperation. This also includes policy guidance, which is having access to cybersecurity policies, guidelines, and best practices to align with the international standards. Stating the facts again, the OIC CERT plays a major role in strengthening the cybersecurity posture to member countries. Through multifaceted approach, this collaboration strives to enhance cyber resilience, promote cooperation, and develop the technical capability and capacity needs to protect the digital landscape. By uniting countries in a common effort, the OIC CERT focus in mitigating the evolving cyber threats and fostering a secure cyberspace for all. Presently, the OIC CERT have 60 members from 28 countries, with 7 members being on the board to govern this collaboration platform. We urge the OIC member countries that are yet to jump on the OIC CERT bandwagon to do so in the near future, so as to take advantage of the benefits that this collaboration can provide. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today, we have the distinct privilege and honor to introduce to you an exceptional initiative that is making waves in the realm of cybersecurity and technology advancement. It is our pleasure to shed some light on the OIC CERT Global Cybersecurity Award, one of the initiatives undertaken by the OIC CERT. The OIC CERT Global Cybersecurity Award was initiated by a member from Nigeria, specifically Mr. Abdul Hakim Ajijola of Consultancy Support Service Limited, to encourage national collaboration in the cybersecurity domain and recognize innovative cybersecurity projects from around the world, not bound by any country that contribute to uplifting of the Ummah with positive impact while promoting the digital realm. It is a recognition for the recipient in supporting the OIC CERT vision and mission. Mr. Hakim has contributed a significant amount of money to start up this initiative. The award is open to all entities, members and non-members of the OIC CERT, representing government, the private sector, international and regional institutions, civil society, and the academia. It stands as a testament to the OIC CERT commitment in promoting technology advancement and knowledge sharing among its members. It serves as a beacon of recognition and appreciation for outstanding contribution in the field of cybersecurity, a domain that is critical for the security and prosperity of countries worldwide. But what makes this award truly remarkable is not just its purpose, but its impact. It fosters a spirit of health innovation within the cybersecurity community. By recognizing and celebrating exceptional achievements, it encourages experts and organizations to push the boundaries of what is possible in cybersecurity. This, in turn, benefits us all, as it leads to the development of cutting-edge solutions and strategies to combat the ever-evolving cyber threats that we face today. The OIC CERT Global Cybersecurity Award is not just a token of recognition, it's a catalyst for change, inspires individuals and organizations to strive for excellence in cybersecurity practices, to stay ahead of the curve, and to share knowledge with the wider community. In doing so, it contributes to the collective security of our digital landscape, helping to build a safer and more resilient cyber world for us all. The OIC CERT Award, which has been running for the last 3 years, has several important intentions and purposes designed to recognize and incentivize excellence, collaboration, and innovation in the field of cybersecurity with the realm of cybersecurity and technology advancement. The intentions are towards recognition of outstanding contributions, promotion of cybersecurity excellence, fostering innovation and knowledge sharing, global cooperation, inspiring the new generation, raising awareness and ethical behavior, and contributing to cybersecurity resilience. As we gather here today, we are not just celebrating an award, we are celebrating the power of collaboration, innovation, and dedication in the face of an increasingly complex and interconnected digital reality. The OIC CERT Global Cybersecurity Award embodies the spirit of unity and progress, echoing the value of the Organization of the Islamic Cooperation, or OIC itself. In conclusion, we want to express our heartfelt congratulations to all the nominees and winners of the OIC CERT Global Cybersecurity Award. Your dedication and expertise are helping to shape the future of cybersecurity, and your contributions are invaluable. We also want to extend our gratitude to the OIC CERT board and supporting members for spearheading this initiative and for their tirelessness efforts to make our digital world a safer space. Let us all be inspired by the commitment and excellence showcased here today, and let us continue to work together to fortify our cyber defenses, to share our knowledge, and to ensure that the benefit of technology are enjoyed by all, securely and without fear. Thank you, and may the spirit of innovation and cooperation continue to guide us in our journey towards a safer digital future. So for this year, the OIC CERT Permanent Secretariat has received 12 project submissions, namely from countries of Azerbaijan, Brunei Darussalam, Egypt, Indonesia, Malaysia, Nigeria, the Sultanate of Oman, and UAE itself. After evaluating all the submissions by the esteemed judges appointed by the OIC CERT board, 3 projects have been identified to receive the award this year. Therefore, in presenting the award, we would like to invite Engineer Badar Al-Salehi, the chair of OIC CERT and head of the ITU Arab Regional Cybersecurity Center, accompanied by the Secretariat, Datuk Dr. Amiruddin bin Abdul Wahab, the OIC CERT Permanent Secretariat, and CEO of Cybersecurity Malaysia to the stage. Yes. I'm going to call them. We're going to call them? Yes. Just call them out loud? Yes. So it seems that we have a lot of space here on the stage. Because of that, we would like also to call the board members of the other 5 countries to please come on to the stage to celebrate our recipient for this year. These are board members from UAE, from Indonesia, Azerbaijan, Egypt, and Brunei. If you are around. While we are waiting for the board members, there is also a special invitation to Mr. Hakim Haji Jola to also join us on stage. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the working force behind the OIC CERT till today. Okay. Of course, including me. Okay. Without further ado, we will now be calling for the winner for the 3 recipients. We would like to request that the recipient will also stay on stage after receiving the awards. for the second runner-up or third place, okay, with the project submission, Cyber Security Advisory Platform, we call upon AECERT of the United Arab Emirates. Next is the first runner-up or second place. The award goes to Project Aman CTF platform, or is an online community platform by technology trends from the Sultanate of Oman. Finally, we are proud now to announce the winner of the OIC CERT Global Cybersecurity Award 2023, who will also be receiving the USD $1,000. Okay. The winner for this year goes to Cyber Hasanat, Resilient Community via Secure Cyber Citizenship Board Game from the University Science Islam Malaysia. Can we have a photo for from everybody? Okay.
All right. Congratulations to all of the awardees, and thank you very much for all of the participants. Thank you all very much, ladies and gentlemen. All right, guys. Believe it or not, this actually brings us to the end of our agenda, day 4 of the Regional Cybersecurity Week. Now, I don't know about you, but what an amazing few days it has been, ladies and gentlemen, with many inspirational speeches, keynote speakers, panel discussions, and let's definitely not forget about the 5 Guinness World Book Records. I mean, what an amazing achievement, once again, right here from this amazing country called the United Arab Emirates. And we're definitely very proud of everybody's efforts, and thank you all. Now, we've also had some really cool tours. I know many of you did go on some of these tours that we had, including the beautiful Grand Mosque here in Abu Dhabi, the Yas Mall, and the gala dinner yesterday at the iconic Emirates Palace. And as always, today we want to make sure that we wrap things up in a very, very memorable way. Now, moving on forward, We have a lot of people to thank for all their hard work, all of their efforts, everybody who has helped and contributed to making this event possible. Now, how are we looking over there, guys? Are we ready to kick off? Yeah? All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, how many speakers do we have here? How many people were actually speaking in the event, just by show of hands? Okay. All right, cool. Well, listen, we've got quite a few awards and certificates that we're going to be handing out as a token of appreciation for everyone's efforts who has helped us make this event possible. So I think without further ado, maybe we should get things started. Actually, I'm going to ask, guys, how about AV? How about we get some music here? Let's bring some life into this closing, yeah? Let's get some more upbeat music. How about that? You have something with energy? Let's close out with a bang. No, give me some more high energy music. All right. Bro, give me some deep house. Yeah? All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I call your name, please make your way to the stage to receive your award. Now, before that, I would like to welcome back on to the stage. Please help me welcome back to the stage to help me hand out the awards, the head of Arab Regional Cybersecurity Center and chair of OIC CERT, Engineer Badal Al-Salhi. Come on up, Mr. Badal, please. I'm just going to call out their names and we're going to give you the awards.
Yeah, so in that case, I don't need this.
Well, I think maybe
they had enough from me for the past 3-4 days, so I'm not going to speak today.
I don't think we can have enough of you, engineer. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I call your name, please make your way to the stage to receive your award. All right, first up, please welcome to the stage Mr. Adil Darwish. Mr. Adil Darwish, come on up, please. Congratulations and thank you, Mr. Darwish, for your participation. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage Mr. Craig Jones. Come on up, please. Craig, did we catch you by surprise? All right. Thank you very much, Craig, for your participation. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage Dr. Khalid Wali. Come on up, please. Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid. We appreciate your participation. And next up, a special thank you and welcome to the stage, Mr. Marco Abiso. Come on up, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Marco. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Yassine Jumail. Come on up, please. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage Sheikh Abdullah Al Khalifa. Thank you very much. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, please help me with a warm round of applause. Welcome His Excellency Bassam Al Maharm. His Excellency is not here, so we'll move on. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Engineer Mohammed Bouarqi. Come on up, please. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please help us welcome back to the stage today's speaker, Miss Shamaine Tan. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the stage His Excellency Mohammed bin Omar. Round of applause, please. And ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome next up with a warm round of applause, Dr. Sharif Hashim. Come on up, please. Thank you very much. And our next speaker to be called to the stage, please put your hands together for Mr. Abdul Hakim Ajijullah. Come on up, please. And our next speaker to be recognized, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Orhan Osmali. Come on up, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up, please help us welcome our next speaker to receive their award. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Kirsten Dathlam. Come on up, please. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Islam Rashad. Also not here? All right. We're moving down the list quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome now Dr. Haytham El Hajri. I know he's here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Please help me welcome to the stage Dr. Halk Zhang. Please welcome to the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really going to need your help on this one. Please, please help me make some noise for the one and only Miss Iman Mahmoud. Come on up, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up, welcome to the stage, General Tan Shreez Al-Khalfi. Please come on up, sir. Thank you very much, General, for your participation. All right, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage with a warm round of applause, Mr. Jean Robert. Come on up, please. And to receive the next award, please help me make some noise and put your hands together for Mr. Tawfiq Arianto. And next up, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise and a warm round of applause for our next speaker, Dr. Aloysius Chang. Please welcome back to the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now put your hands together and make some noise. And coming all the way from, I believe it was Bosnia, welcome to the stage, Miss Jelena Klic. Come on up, please. All right, I believe we're going to have to mail it to her. Moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, please help us welcome the next speaker, Dr. Haji Al Amiruddin. Please come on up. All right, moving down the list. We're moving real quick with this. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage Dr. Riyad Al-Balushi. Come on up, please, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Engineer Ahmed Helmi. Please come on up. Engineer, you've got some fans here. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, next up, please put your hands together for Mr. Tariq Mohammed. Come on up. Thank you very much, Mr. Tariq. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause and make some noise for Mr. Azman Arifan. Please come on up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to need your help on yet another one here because we forgot to call on his name earlier and he traveled halfway across the world to join us. We did manage to get him back on stage. Please, ladies and gentlemen, oh, he knows himself. He already stood up. Make some noise, please, for Mr. Jackal Ma. Let's hear it for him, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, please make some noise for Mr. Soyrab Harith. Come on up, sir. Next, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next up, please make some noise and welcome to the stage Mr. Mohammed Shamir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next, please welcome to the stage and make some noise for Dr. Nader Al Safwani. All right, guys, we are down to our last three. Next up, please welcome once back to the stage and make some noise for Dr. Lina Awaidat. Come on up, please. Thank you very much, Dr. Lina. All right, guys, down to the last two. Please welcome to the stage with a warm round of applause, Mr. Ahmed Abdul Hamid. Please come on up. All right. Actually, ladies and gentlemen, we have three more. My apologies. Next up, please help me put your hands together for Mr. Ahmed Al Rajhi. Please come on up, sir. All right, next up, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage and make some noise for Mr. Hatem Ali. Please join us on the stage. And we called on earlier one of the speakers who wasn't here, but he's back now in the room, so let's bring him back up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with a warm round of applause, Mr. Islam Rashad. Come on up, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was our award session for all the speakers. Once again, we want to take a quick moment to thank each and every one of you for participating and making this event possible. We appreciate all of the insight, the knowledge, and all the expertise that you have shared with us. Now moving on, everyone, we would like to take a few minutes to recognize the very, very hard-working teams that helped put this event together. So please do not shy out from making some noise and thanking them for all of their efforts. Because once again, guys, we're really, really proud of being able to put this together all the time. We are now, sir, I think on the 11th edition of the Cybersecurity Week. So definitely an accomplishment we're very proud of. And we would like to recognize everybody behind it. So moving on, I will be calling on names from the Arab Regional Cybersecurity Center. As I call your name, make your way to the stage. And let's start with... Make some noise and put your hands together for Siham Al-Rashdi. Come on up, please. Siham? All right, guys, we're going to call everybody up at the same time. So next up, please welcome to the stage Rahma Al-Barashdi, Mazen Al-Abri, Nasser Al-Hadrami, Saif Al-Hinay, and Muhammad Al-Muammari. Come on up, please. Also, let us get Mr. Haytham Al-Hajri and Iman Mahmoud, please. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is the amazing team, the Arab Regional Cybersecurity Center. Round of applause for them. And thank you so much for all of your hard work, all of your efforts, and for making the Regional Cybersecurity Week possible. And next, I would like to call on two members from the International Telecommunication Union. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to the stage Mr. Marwan bin Rashid and Farid Nakhil. Please come on up. Once again, Mr. Marwan from the International Telecommunication Union, thank you very much for all of your efforts in being a key player in making the Regional Cybersecurity Week a possibility. All right, next up, we're going to call on some members from the Cybersecurity Council of the UAE along with CPX, the organizers. When I call your name, please make your way to the stage. And let us start with, where is he? Please let us get to the stage, Mr. Ibrahim Al-Abid, Mr. Tobias Tuki, please come on up, Mr. Shurav Roy, Al-Yazia, please come on up, Bilal Ritiat, Joanne Exibel, Pravin Kondher, Beryl Robin, Amit Deer, Eliana Nikolik, Sarah Al-Badi, Nasser Al-Shamsi, Saud Al-Shahi, and Ahmed Al-Hashmi. Come on up if you hear your name. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, want to give a very, very special thank you to the Cybersecurity Council of the United Arab Emirates, along with the organizers, CPX. One last time, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them. Let's make some noise. All right. Next up, I'm going to be calling on some members from Airlink International UAE. If you hear your name, please make your way to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Fadi Safar, Priya Konsel, and Michael Fernandez. Come on up, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Airlink International UAE, please make some noise for them, and thank you very much for all your hard work and efforts. Wow. We have just one last one to go. I don't know, guys. I can't believe this is coming to an end. You know, it's been 4 days, but it feels like it's been going on for a while, and you know, we're falling in the routine of doing this every day. I can't believe it's coming to the end. I'm not ready for it to end yet, but let's make it happen. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, guys, you know, I just want to say one last thing. I honestly saw a lot of everybody that's been up here on the stage has worked tirelessly, and I've seen it day in and day out. I've seen a lot of sleepless nights. I was receiving calls in the wee early hours of the morning. Everybody that came up on stage today really put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into making this happen, so thank you. And I also want to get a special thanks for the next group of people that are going to be coming up, so please help me welcome to the stage the members of Arena Group. Let's start with, make some noise for Mr. Ayman Dahir, Alex Madoc, the one and only troublemaker, Mr. Mark Huggins, a.k.a. Hugsy. Please make your way here. And last but not least, Mr. Raed Alwan and Ihab. Come on up, sir. And let's get everybody from the Arena Group. Come on up, please. Mr. Hassan, where's Mr. Hassan? Guys, everybody, make your way up here. Everybody, come on up, guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to take a minute to thank each and every one of you. And with that being said, we have His Excellency here, and we would like to invite everybody back up on the stage for a once-in-a-lifetime memorable photo, just to make sure that we have this documented. So, ladies and gentlemen, come on up on the stage. We're going to take one last group photo of everybody. Come on up, please. All right, just hold your poses 1 more minute, guys. Sorry, 1 minute. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please, this is the final moment of the Regional Cybersecurity Week of 2024 happening in the beautiful Abu Dhabi of the United Arab Emirates. Ladies and gentlemen, please give yourselves a round of applause and thank you all very, very much for your participation. Thanks again, ladies and gentlemen. Just quick announcement, guys. We have our lunch buffet ready for you, so make yourselves welcome and enjoy your lunch. By the way, I would like to say one last thing. It has been an absolute honor being here with you guys. Thank you so much for having me. For those of you that don't know, my name is Omar. Thanks for the opportunity.